What up, DeMarcus? Uh, Tanner. What's up, Sandy? Yep, yep, yep. Oh my God. What's up, y'all? Yeah, last night we had some overnight strikes in Iran. Not good. Not good. 224 casualties. Retaliatory strikes have yielded 24 casualties in Israel. What's up, Pip? Good morning, y'all. At least it's morning for me. We just woke up. Hello.
What's going on?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, for the most part.
What do you like about Trump?
Yeah, I like that he's like a nationalist, immigration restrictionist, like a restrainer on foreign policy for the most part. But what do you think about like Nick Fuentes being right about like everything when it came to the foreign policy, Israel, Iran?
I don't know. Are you a big Nick Fuentes
Like,
fan? I didn't pay attention to what he was saying.
yeah, leading up to the election, he pretty much called this like 100% accurately like what was going to happen with this Iran, Israel, Trump.
So
He's getting his flowers on Twitter. His streams are blowing up. He's gotten like 100,000 live viewers because he's been vindicated totally. Even his enemies are saying, well, he's a broken clock. He's right twice a day. But
well, good stuff. Good
so he
good
was
for
wrong.
him,
He
I
was right.
guess. Good for him. So I don't know. I don't know all about Trump. I don't think it's a good thing that Trump is a nationalist. I don't think that's a good thing. I think fascism is rooted in ultranationalism. And
Are you like a globalist?
sure,
So you prefer like a more like global society than like nations?
I prefer to think of things as a whole. Yeah, but I think that I think Trump is uh, basically just a giant virtue signaler, or basically somebody who has more money in marketing or has a more bombastic way or approach to saying how much he loves the country. He definitely doesn't have any good plans. He doesn't have any effective policy plans. In fact, when he ran, he didn't really even spell out what he was going to do to like fix the economy day one or end the wars day one. He just held it close to his chest, and it turns out it was Project 2025 is what he was doing, which he lied about.
Well, yeah, I was involved with Gripper War too, where we were actually going to the Trump events and trying to get Trump to commit to not going to war with Iran prior to the election. Ended up, I guess, failing because that's not ended up what happening. He ended up winning the election. We didn't get our promise, and now it looks like we're heading to war with Iran. So we are vindicated on that part.
So you're a Nick Fuentes fan.
I think that's he's the only hope we have for our country. The right wing is not for the people. The right wing, the GOP, they are not for the constituents. That is bought out by Israel, foreign lobbies, corporations. It is not for us anymore. It needs like a new young spark that, I mean, his ideas are already flourishing through Congress. I mean, his Twitter is getting massive engagement. Every young guy under 30 who you talk to, I mean, pretty much shares his ideas. If you're just a
Pretty
conservative
much
young guy,
shares his ideas.
you're a young conservative guy, you
Me?
agree with him pretty. No, if you are.
Oh,
I'm saying if you fit these categories. If you are a young man under 30 and you are conservative, you
I don't
pretty
know,
much agree
man.
with him.
Isn't he a Nazi?
I mean, that's what the SPLC says, but like he's like a Christian. He's like an American. He's not even German.
Well, okay, well, yeah,
That's
I
just
wouldn't,
like
I
that's
wouldn't
just
go
like
anywhere near
a-
that. I would be just fine thinking on my own.
It's not like hateful. This guy gives some of the best political breakdowns, and I mean, Kyrie Irving was showing his clips on stream the other day.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt he's very smart, but he's also disgusting.
He's given some of the best breakdown of the Middle East, the most honest, the most accurate, the most on the ball.
I don't.
I mean, if you care about facts or you care about your emotions, you seem to care about your emotions. You go, I don't. Well, if he's the most on the ball, the most factual, I don't really care because he's hateful, the bad man. He's the bad guy in the blue blazer. And it's like, if you can't handle his streams, I get that. But like, if you were an honest person who wants the most factual, the most on the ball, the most correct, accurate information,
if you need a Yahtzee to read you history in the news,
what makes him a Yahtzee?
That's all on you, bud.
What makes him
that's
a Yahtzee?
All on you. His bigotry, his bigoted views.
His bigotry. So it's just like an emotional.
I don't need some 25-year-old reading me my news and giving me his interpretation. I can do it on my own.
Yeah, but you're 6 months behind, 7 months behind. You have no idea what's going on.
Oh man.
Do you even know?
So I was like 4 years ago totally against this whole Trump thing, and you guys were like, dang, we called it like a couple years ago.
We called war with Iran.
When Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, totally wasn't for it. Didn't need some edgy Yahtzee to tell me.
Wait, you don't think it's impressive to call exactly what happened to the T?
No, I don't give a fuck.
You don't think it's impressive?
Right. No. Ooh, wow, great.
Wow.
So you know what? Hillary said the same thing. So did Kamala. Kamala said we're gonna have a recession by the middle of the summer. Here we fucking are.
Wow. You think an economic? Yeah. You think is saying that the economy is bad in America is this for calling out a conflict?
Nice straw man.
There's a million countries. No, that's literally what you did. I'm saying that what you did. You saying it. Being able to acknowledge that the economy is bad is comparable to calling the exact conflict that's going to happen 6 months in advance.
No, being able to see that Trump's plans were going to be so bad that it would crash the economy and fuck us up on the world stage, and that Trump can be pulled around by his nose by whoever can stroke his ego the most and give him the most money.
So you're just being dishonest. I get it. That's fine. You kind of have to say that for your viewers.
Dude, Republicans and conservatives have nothing to offer anybody besides hatred, besides some
weird, exactly. That's
edgy
why
views.
We didn't vote for them. That's why we didn't vote for them. Duh.
Good job. Did you vote Democrat?
You think I voted for the? No, I voted for John Pork for my local electors. We didn't vote for. We voted for Trump and then John Pork, because the local people suck. We don't care about the Republicans. Lindsey Graham. All these people in the Republican GOPs, Crenshaw, Walls, Rubio, these people fucking suck. Owned by Israel, owned by
they all suck. Yeah, they all suck on the right.
Not all of them.
Yeah, literally all of them.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes. He's the young spark that's going to take the right wing, fill the void when MAGA falls from.
Yeah. Bro's a Nick Fuentes fan. I'm good. Diamond Dave, he was a Nick Fuentes fan. A Nazi. Diamond Dave, when y'all cheer for things like this, it's really mask off for you, bud. It's real mask off for you. Bro's glazing Nick Fuentes. That's who he's talking about. disgusting. For him to think Nick Fuentes is this like some almighty, all-knowing guy that when Donald Trump falls, Nick Fuentes, it's gonna be his turn. The guy that lives in a fucking shithole house. He was 7 out of 7 his last Polymark picks. Wow. Wow. The fuck? Wow. Miss Cleo was pretty good too. Oh my god, dude. The fuck? Hello.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Not anymore.
All right. All right. Nick Fuentes is widely considered a neo-Nazi, an extreme with Nazi sympathies. He consistently promotes white supremacist, anti-Semitic, misogynistic, and homophobic ideologies. According to his wiki page, Fuentes is characterized as a far-right political pundit who denies the Holocaust, promotes anti-Semitic conspiracies, and has been described as a neo-Nazi by multiple sources. By the Southern Poverty Law Center labels him as a white nationalist and admirer of fascists like Mussolini. That's who our guest was just glazing, and he thinks he's the next guy to run the country. How much more could you be fool? Like, when they call us emotional, it's projection. If you ever watch my stream, you can see that I am probably the most collected person on this app doing debates. He organized and led his own white nationalist conference, attended extremist rallies like Charlottesville in 2017, praised Adolf Hitler, and called for violent holy wars against Jewish people. That's who the last guest was talking about. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I mean, even if I was, it's not like I could vote for him. It's not like I live in the country anyways. I was just here to say how nice it is that there are people who are actually debating and not just saying, "Oh, that's an opinion," and then repeating it back in a childish voice.
Okay.
I've seen that done. But and I also wanted your opinion on the conflict in the Middle East. I see you looking at the camera. No, I just because I've all of the debating channels. I feel like they always dance around the subject.
There's still a lot of learning I have to do around the Middle East, but it seems like a lot of this could have been avoided if we didn't pull out of the Iran nuclear deal. That would have been great, so that Israel wouldn't have struck their nuclear facilities. They weren't
But
in
I mean,
any way
that's
close to having enough enriched uranium to have a warhead.
but honestly, that wasn't why they declared war. Like in all seriousness, it's fairly obvious they declared war so Netanyahu could stay in power and extend his term.
Well, I mean,
At
that's
least
been
it
going on
seems
for a while.
obvious.
That's been going on for a while with
I mean,
just the
yeah.
Palestine issue. He doesn't need this Iran thing. And that's probably what Trump's
I
going
mean,
to do
yeah,
too.
but I saw they were doing a live stream at the Pentagon, though I haven't been fully aware of that. It's quite late where I'm living, but yeah. I mean, where I live, it's a fairly similar situation to the right wing in the States, but my country kind of has to be pro-Israel from like a historical aspect.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I'm from Germany, and I think it's possible to connect the dots on why it's
You don't have to be
so.
pro-Israel. You just can't be
I'm not,
anti-Semitic.
I'm not, I'm not. None of those things, but the country in general tends to be pro-Israel, and that because they feel obligated to support Israel after the country's past transgressions, which is understandable but still kind of pointless because everyone knows it's just a genocide anyways.
All right. Um, listen, I'm looking for some real debates. I appreciate you coming up, though, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We'll make sure to just give them hell, as you Americans would say.
All right. Gross. Gary Reed, I know you're real proud of yourself with your knowledge of geopolitics, but your takes are probably real bad. Real bad. If you're going to things like AFPAC, I'm sure you're just a big piece of poop. That's why you censored me? Yes. Yeah. I won't platform a Yahtzee. I'm good. Bro is using BB logic. Dude, you idolize Nick Fuentes? No brain activity with the dims. Guys, if that's your take, I urge you to hang out and watch every single one of these MAGA supporters have no idea about anything about domestic policy, about policy abroad. They have no idea about the economy. They can't tell you anything that happened the last 4 years of the Biden campaign or the Biden administration. They has no idea what policy passed, have no idea the good things that have happened. They think the border was wide open. They're completely bamboozled by whatever Trump's been spewing for 4 years, been just fucking vomiting shit, and they just been eating it up. They have no idea what's going on. Did we stop them from eating pets yet? Yeah, right. Yellow. Kiki? I don't think she's in here on purpose. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come hop in the box and tell me why Trump. Let's get some likes on the screen. Gary, you're not welcome back up, bro. Let's get some likes on the screen. Let's get to 20K. Let's get some more people in here. I was live on this account last night and kind of burned some low numbers into the algorithm. I was told there'd be no fact checking. Yeah, exactly. Running equals concede. Got it. Thanks, Gary. I concede. All I needed to hear was, what makes Nick Fuentes a Yahtzee? Oh, geez, I don't know. Maybe all the things I just said. He's a Christian. It's so disgusting. Give a fuck if you're Christian. Thanks, Sinu. Did we find Obama's birth certificate yet? Yeah. Exactly, Nemo.
Nope.
Yellow?
Yobo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
For him, there is one thing I still support that he did, but I will say that I think he's done pretty horribly so far. So I wouldn't be able to defend him on most topics. But I do support his border policy. That's basically it.
I don't think you would. I don't think you support that either, would you? Like, do
Well,
you
a border. Sorry, you can go.
first, he hasn't changed anything at the border. He hasn't changed the law at the border.
No, he's enforcing it. I've been down to Colombia, that the Coakley, the place right before the Darien Gap. So there's a bunch of different NGOs like PIUS, UNHCR, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, and
Okay.
I went down there both while Biden was president, while Trump was president. Well, right after Trump got elected, so like not that long ago, and it literally went from like all these people coming up to these NGOs, going through the Darien Gap, getting put on like death trains in Mexico, to when I went out there the last time, they literally were telling me that even before Trump actually got into office, they were already not coming up the trail just out of anticipation that Trump would be harder on border policy and he'd be enforcing it more. And I
Yeah.
also saw some stats that said in March 2024, it was like 140,000 crossings, and then it went down to like, I don't know, some really low, like 8,000 or something.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
In
talk
a
about all
month.
that. Let's talk about nuance. Okay. First of all, new data shows migrants were more likely to be released by Trump than Biden. All right. And this is just from Customs Border Patrol numbers, Border Protection numbers. So we take the number of counters, and
Yeah,
then
on
Biden kicked about
deportations,
50.
that's different though. That's different. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about crossings.
Okay. These are, and yeah. So when
I
people
will.
cross the
I
border,
think
they're encountered and then they're kicked out. Biden enforced that to a tune of 50%. Trump 47.
under Biden, there was like tens of millions of people who came in illegally. I mean, that's pretty undisputed.
That's not true.
That is true. I mean, I literally took the trail with them. I was with caravans that
Okay.
came up
All
here.
right.
Tell
You're
me that's not
yapping.
true.
Yobo. This is what happens. This is what you guys were fed. This is how you guys were tricked. This is how you're
Not
bamboozled.
being fed. I went there in person.
Yeah. Okay. And you counted 10 million people. Like,
But you
listen.
could tell if there's
This is.
thousands of people
All right.
coming in
Listen.
caravans.
Listen. I know, but it was because of COVID. It was because of COVID.
It was because they intentionally left the border open for permanent political demographic change. I mean, that
That's
was the reason.
the
I mean, why
numbers.
would they
The
not
numbers are right
enforce the
here. It's
laws?
not true. The numbers are right here.
Really? Okay, show me the numbers.
The numbers are 50%. 50% kicked. 50% were kicked back, expelled.
Wait. They were kicked back at, okay, 50% out of how many people
Are you
who are
supposed to kick
actually
out?
coming?
Are we supposed to kick them out on a curve?
Yeah, I'm so confused. How many people actually crossed the border under? I mean, I don't know how we would even know the exact numbers, but it was. I mean,
This is
literally just
you
looking at
guys. You guys
statistics on
really
this.
are. You really are. This takes me like 30 minutes to explain to each Trump supporter, and they still run away with not knowing much. But this is what
I
has to
looked up the
happen.
statistics myself. Literally look up illegal crossings, U.S. border,
And
then just like pull up the
and
pie
what
chart.
does that mean when the illegal crossing, when somebody illegally crosses? What does that mean? When you see that on a chart, what does that
It
mean?
means that they cross the border not through a port of entry.
And were they stopped?
It means that they crossed and got
Hold
into this
on.
country and committed a crime.
You can't. Okay, first of all, you can't enforce the border until they cross over it. So if you're right here, if there's 1 million people just chilling outside the border, There's a million of these. How do you stop them from getting to our border?
I mean, and to be honest, that's a good question. That's where I don't know the exact thing. Is
Okay,
it illegal for them
that's
to
why.
do something at a
Yes,
certain point?
that's why you guys are confused. So in order for us to do anything, they have to illegally cross the border. They have to step
You know
over
what?
the line.
How are you going to challenge that? Can you look something up that confirms that? Because I'm not going to just take your you on your word on
Do
that.
you
If that's
think we
true,
can
I'll
come
concede.
over here and tell them don't come over?
I mean, I think it's reasonable.
No,
I mean,
you
okay,
can't. You
you
can't.
can't even if they're 100 feet away running right towards the
Nope.
border, you can't do anything about
Nope.
it if it's in Mexican territory.
Nope.
I mean, can you fact check that? Can we? Because I don't want to leave and have to fact check it and then I get muted or something. If
Okay.
you pull that up, that's what it says. I'll believe you.
Can you enforce the American border before someone touches it?
American soil. Yeah.
Yes, borders enforced in various ways, even before someone physically reaches the border itself. This includes pre-screening, interdiction. CBP receives advanced manifest from airlines and cruise lines. So yeah, so they can say no to people at airports. Pre-screening.
But it's not just that. It's not just that. The NGOs like that I was talking to, like Highest, UNHCR, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders, they were all confirming to me that people who were coming up, that the whole stream of people basically dried up. I mean, that's not my head.
Okay,
I know
that
not,
they dried up because you could see this on a map with satellite. You could see even in Africa and in Europe after COVID, countries' economies did really bad. Very weak economies fell, and poverty started to rise, and then crime rose out of poverty. And then people started fleeing those countries, especially Venezuela, the country that really took a fucking turn after Trump stopped trading oil with them, and they went fucking bankrupt. They went into the shitter. And then hold on, and then people are traveling. They moved everywhere. So yes, NGOs were out doing a lot of work post COVID. It's not because Biden was in office. It's not because Fox News was airing all day, every day that the border's wide open, even though it was incoherent as fuck. Even though y'all were all confused.
It was. There's videos of it. There's
I
literally
just
videos
showed you
of,
the enforcement rate. I just showed it to
there's
you.
bro. There's literally videos of migrants going back and forth between a river from America to Mexico and like giving each other food. They were basically like stationed there.
Nice.
And there's been documentaries of that show like
So-
border patrol agents like just standing there not doing shit. I mean,
Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't care. I have a video of nobody coming across the border. I have a lot of them. Do you want to see those?
you went to the border and filmed?
No, but I can just show you a
nothing?
video of no one coming, right?
You go to a random dead spot on the border and no one's coming. So
Yeah, exactly.
What's your point?
I can show that to
Even
you.
regardless of anything you said, is it literally just look up U.S. border crossings from 2024 to 2025. There's like a huge drop off.
Yeah, okay. And you know why? Do you know why?
Let's get to something more fundamental.
Okay.
Do you know
why?
Open border?
No. Do you know why no one's coming?
Probably because Trump. That's something. One of the promises Trump actually kept.
Okay, but why? What action did Trump do to stop people from coming?
Actually, I'm pretty sure that he cut funding for a lot of these NGOs that would help facilitate migrant travel.
All right,
but I can
wrong.
tell you the exact specific.
All right, let me help you out.
I don't think
Let
that
me-
is. I don't think that is wrong. Actually,
He did do that, but that's not what's doing
okay,
it.
you just said it.
Okay. This is what I'm going to tell you. Do you think that we should be sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process because they entered the country illegally? Which is
That's not
fine.
the law. That's not the law, but it is a federal misdemeanor to cross the border illegally, and I think we should uphold that. And I actually think deporting people is showing them mercy because that's not what the law says.
No. I'm not asking you if we should. I'm not asking you if we should deport people, and I'm not asking you how bad a $250 finable offense is.
I don't think you should send someone to jail for the rest of their life. No.
Okay, that's
no.
what Trump's doing.
Okay, here's the thing: does Trump oversee every individual local court case where this happens?
No, he's doing. He took a whole plane of these people, and even though a Supreme Court judge said, "Hey, turn that plane around," he didn't do it.
Okay, and I don't support that. But let me tell you this: when you're dealing with numbers on this scale, there's it's going to be very easy for people to look at situations that have gone wrong and say, "Oh, see, the whole thing's fucked up."
It's
At the end of
almost
the
as
day,
if
enforcing the border is more
but
important than these edge cases
no, it's
where
not.
something might get fucked up.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
And
it is.
Biden deported more people than Trump, month by month. Period. He didn't do any of that.
He let a shit ton of people. I think you're talking about Obama. But
No,
we could look it
Biden
up if
did.
it's Biden.
Biden did 20,000 more per month than Trump. Trump is
do
doing
you
30,000.
support-
Biden
I mean,
did 50,000.
Okay, well, I mean, if that gets offset by all the people coming in, then it's still more illegal.
Dang,
immigrants
it's
coming
almost
into the
like it
country
wasn't an open
regardless.
border then, right?
It was an open border. I mean, I
Dang.
literally fucking went there, experienced it, but
No one cares about your
regardless,
anecdotal
do
experience.
okay, well, do you? I'm assuming you do not support an open border, right?
Nobody supports an open border. You guys
Well,
are
no,
insane.
I actually, people in your chat would say borders aren't real. Oh, just say that you hate brown people, Yobo. So I'm curious what your view. You do believe in borders? So do you think that we should be enforced? Do you have any criticism of how Biden handled the border at all?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well,
Can you tell
I
me?
don't even
Can
know
you
what to
tell
say.
like all you have to say is like I went out there and there were a bunch of people.
It
That's
did.
all
I
you.
mean,
That's all
more
you
than
have.
you could say. What have you done? You've been sitting here fucking just looking at the news. I actually went to these different countries. Do you know
That doesn't
why
mean
they come to
anything.
Guatemala? Do you know why they come to Ecuador first? They come to Ecuador first because it doesn't require any visas. It's one of the easiest countries in South America that you can travel to. Um, with just very easy entry requirements. And from there, that's when they track up to all these different countries like Colombia, like Panama, um, like
Okay,
Nicaragua, Costa
Biden
Rica,
still checked
Guatemala.
every single person that was encountered by border enforcement. There's no memo from Biden that said, "Hey, loosen restrictions." There's nothing like that that you guys can point to. There's nothing. There's no law that he reversed that made it less possible for people to come over. Besides, remain in Mexico, which was grossly incompetent and disgusting law. Anyway, it was a fucking
Really,
executive
why is
order.
that grossly incompetent and disgusting? I'm
Because
curious.
first of all, it only affected 70,000 people, and out of those 70,000 people, it was something like 5,000 of them were victims of trafficking, rape, murder, kidnapping.
Actually, you know what? I'm glad you brought up trafficking, dude. Do you know about the 300,000 kids that went missing under the
Yes,
Biden
that is
administration?
propaganda.
What were you thinking of? Oh, it's probably. You know what's funny? You should look up Muckraker because this is this is what I do
Dude,
work for. Wait,
Yobo,
no.
Yobo,
We made there's
Yobo,
documentary. Can you just
Yobo,
listen
I'm
to
gonna
me?
Google this with you. I'm gonna show you what liberals do, all right? I'm gonna show you what liberals do. This is
Yeah,
what we
you
do.
use Google. Use Google. I literally went and knocked on these people's doors, dude.
Yeah, all
There's people in
300,000?
Florida who's not all 300,000, but it was certainly enough. We got a list from a government insider who showed us basically all these different people who
Yobo,
have gone
Yobo,
missing, and we
you're
knocked
looking
on
for,
their doors.
you've got confirmation bias. I've got fact checks. So this is
you
a
got
fact
Florida
check.
fact on your side.
This is a fact check of the 300,000 missing migrant children, okay? And instead of chasing it down a rabbit hole, finding some way to make Biden look evil, we say, hey, where did he get that number? Where did a president, former president, aka a private citizen, get a number of 300,000 missing children? Where did he get that? And it turns out that he got it from an ICE report, and it's the number of people who have not been served notice to appear in courts. That's it. They're not missing, and that number also includes children during Trump's administration.
Okay. So the Biden administration, you should look into this. They literally got rid of a DNA test because what happens is when unaccompanied alien children called UACs cross the border, they need to be.
They still do it at
DNA check
certain places.
No, Biden got rid of it. You should look.
They
at
still
that.
do it at
You know
certain
why?
places.
Because they wanted it to be easier for escorts to hand kids over to sponsors because they didn't want to have a bunch of migrant
They
children
still do it in certain
being
places.
held up at the border because it was a bad look. So what they did was they dropped the DNA confirmation that they actually had to be related to the sponsor. Yes, they did. You could look that up, dude. I'm not making that up.
Well, Trump. This is what Trump did. Trump put them in.
Why don't you look that up?
I will. Trump put them in cages and
Wait,
then deported them separately.
Let's stick to the point. Why would
Hold
Biden
on.
get rid of the DNA check for sponsors and unaccompanied alien children? Explain that one to me. That just makes it. There's no reason to do that other than to make it easier for people to go to unvetted sponsors.
Yeah, adoption is a thing.
But what's it saying? What's it saying?
Okay, Familia DNA tested ended May 2023. That towards the end of his presidency, by the way, he chose not to renew the CBP's contract with Bode Technologies, which provided rapid DNA testing, confirmed biological family relationships among migrants crossing the southern border. A measure aimed at preventing child trafficking and fraud. This effectively halted family relation DNA. Blah 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 blah. General DNA collection. Excuse me. General DNA collection continues. Oh shit.
Oh, general DNA. Okay, wait. Keep reading.
Separately, CBP still collects DNA from detained individuals, including migrants, when they are fingerprinted under existing law. The critiques argue CBP has dramatically expanded DNA collection migrants, including children as young as 4, uploading 1.5 DNA profiles in the FBI's CODIS system. Oh,
okay, but
shit.
Wait, does that not still? Wait. Okay, so they do still run fingerprints. That doesn't answer the question.
That's not DNA.
Why would Biden stop the? It literally says this effectively halted family relation DNA. Are you just going to gloss over that? Really? Why would they do that?
First of all, he still does it. Fingerprints are not DNA. Second of all, would you?
What is the incentive? You're not answering.
Excuse me. He still does it. He still does it. And would you give up your DNA when you go to a new country? Would you do that?
Give up my DNA. We're talking about unaccompanied alien.
Excuse me. Would you do that? Would you let your children give up? Do you have a child?
Oh, I'm young. I don't have a child yet.
Would you let your child give up their DNA at an entry of a border?
Give up their DNA. Look how you're trying to frame this. Give up their DNA.
Yeah. Would you let them do? Would you let them do a mouth swab to get their DNA collected?
How about this? To confirm that the sponsor that they're being delivered to is actually a family member.
What if you adopted that child?
Yeah, I would.
What if you adopted that child and they're going to kidnap him from you?
They have to. I mean, we could look into the specifics of the vetting requirements that the Biden administration got rid of, because I'm sure there's more as well. I mean, you could look it up. I'm willing to be proven wrong. Maybe that was the only one, but it's a huge one. But you would actually have to prove that you knew the kid in some sort of way, maybe it's a family friend or something. But under the Biden administration, there were whistleblowers who were saying that kids were being delivered off to drug dealers, off to people that were literally going out and partying, and they would just have these kids, and no one knew what happened to them. I mean, how
or they could be family friends. Do you carry, like, do you think that families carry around their adoption papers with them while they're trekking through the desert a few hundred miles?
What does that to do with anything?
So you think that these families would be able to prove they adopted, or that they're friends of these children's families when they came to the border?
You should be able to. Wait. So what's the solution? Is it to do what Biden did and hand off these kids to people that don't even freaking know who they are? That the whole thing's a scam. I'm like,
that's a straw man.
Are you actually trying to defend that?
That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man.
It is. You think all of them? Okay, first of all, I think it is way better,
ridiculous questions,
because you're like, these children don't even know who they're with. Does every single one of them do that? Like, no, that's not the case. Do you think can you prove that's the case? No.
I never said every single one of them.
Okay, well, that's what you just represented them with.
No, that's not what I said. And in fact, when I was knocking on these doors, there were some kids who got delivered to sponsors that, yes, that they were their family. That, of course, that happens too. But
well, there you go.
There's a bunch.
Well, there you go.
So that's me. No, I never said that. That's not going against anything I said.
Can you acknowledge that the 300,000 that the 300 undocumented or missing children was a lie that Trump is trying to get you guys to react to because he's a big fat liar?
No. How would you prove that that's a lie? How do you prove that that's a lie?
Because they
numbers
spoke
came from
a source where they exaggerated that the 300,000 kids are missing. All they are is 300. I'm sorry, they're all on the only number that we have of 300,000 children in the migration system is the children who have not been served. Notice to appear paperwork. Notice to appear paperwork.
No. You know why? Because there's a, I thought it was a 30-day or 90-day. I think it's a 30-day wellness checkup on the child, and most of those calls went unanswered. You could look that up too. That's another fact.
Because they move.
Well, okay, yeah, and I agree. Sometimes that doesn't mean that they're necessarily kidnapped or anything.
So out of the 12 million migrant children, out of the 13 million undocumented migrants here, some of them are children. How many of them do you think maybe don't have the same phone number now? Probably 300,000 of them.
I don't know. All 300,000 of them. Okay, you don't think that any of them actually ended up going into the wrong hands when you're not even vetting sponsors?
Yeah,
properly?
there's like these evil. these
Not that
evil
it's reality, dude.
snatching
It's
kids.
reality.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
they
such a
did just
naive
they did
worldview,
just
dude.
bunch.
It's so naive of you.
Dude, you think that you have to make these 300,000 children something they're not for Trump to not be right.
Please
That is
make
why we
them
call you a
something they're not.
cult.
They're children. You know
That's
how
why
many-
we that's why we call you a cult.
You know how many? That's why you call me a cult. You know how many horrible people there are out there who are willing to take advantage of children and are willing to traffic them?
Listen,
labor
I
trafficking,
know
sex
there are
trafficking.
bad. I know
Have you
there's
ever
bad
seen
people
the
out there.
documentary? Have you ever seen the documentary like Eyes of the Devil? Like what the shit that they'll do to children? You
No,
think these people
I
don't
know there's
exist?
bad people out there. Trump is trying to
Okay,
largely
and
misrepresent
these
these
evil people.
numbers to make you guys feel like the Biden administration did something. Meanwhile, these numbers mostly came
did.
from Trump's administration. They were
No,
they were
they-
from
no, it's not
mostly from
true.
Trump's administration.
And I'll keep going back to the point that the Biden administration literally made it more easy for kids to be put into sponsors that weren't vetted. So there's literally no
Okay,
reason
and
to
Trump
do that.
Trump literally
No
made
reason.
okay. Trump's zero
Wait, can you
tolerance.
acknowledge that though? Can you acknowledge that?
I no,
Why would you do that?
I think it's ridiculous. It also enabled
ridiculous. I
the
thought it was
DNA.
perfect.
Excuse me, the rapid DNA testing also enabled us to take children from people who didn't need them to be taken from
Wait, what? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
because they
Say
could
it
have been
again, say it
adopted. They
again.
could have been family friends.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I'm not
Okay,
saying that all.
okay.
Oh, look. I'll agree with this. There's 300,000 missing kids that cannot be accounted for that they didn't call that they didn't answer the 30-day wellness checkup. Does that mean that all 300,000
Yeah.
kids
Are they all
got
kidnapped?
No. I'll agree with you. No.
Are they all under the
But
Biden
no, but I'm
administration? Were they
sure-
all under
no.
the Biden administration?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, because
No.
they were.
No,
That was the
it's from
thing. That was the thing before
2019
Biden became president. That was the thing
2019,
before Trump became
2019 to 2023. That's where those numbers came from. That's the highlighted on the screen for you.
Okay, most of that is under Biden. What are you talking about?
Excuse me? From 2019, 2020, and then 2021 January, and then you got 2022,
Okay, so
2023.
let's look at when most of those people came in. When most of those people come in. Was it during 2019, 2020, or was
Okay.
it during 21, 22,
I'm going to read you
23?
this whole paragraph. Half of it, by the way, is Trump. For Trump to read that to you and be like, oh, 51% is Biden, I don't give a flying fuck. Okay? I don't give a flying fuck. Trump lied to you and said they were all Bidens.
Okay. Why would Biden make it easier for kids to be given to unvetted
Because it was
sponsors? Can you answer
also
that?
because it made it to where we weren't taking children from parents who adopted them or were family friends.
What? That isn't an answer to my question because it made it so we weren't taking children from adopted parents or family friends.
Let me propose
It
to you
literally
what
just
Trump's.
made it easier. It
Let me
literally just
let
made
me.
it easier for
How
people
about
to
how about we
go.
do this? This is what Trump's attempt at it was. We do zero tolerance policy where we just lock up the children and the adults separately, and then we trial them separately and we deport them separately. So in 1,300 cases, 1,300 cases where there were children separated from their families, many of them infants, many of them 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, and you go to ask them, hey, what's your daddy's name? And they would say daddy or padre
No,
or whatever the
I agree.
fuck.
Deport them as a-
Hey,
deport them as a
what's your
family.
social
I
security
deport
number?
them as a
They don't
family.
fucking know. What's your country of origin? They don't fucking know.
Look. Just as I support mass deportations doesn't mean I have to support every single instance of a family getting separated. No, deport them as a family. I mean, I
Okay.
assume you support deportations too, right? You supported when Biden did it. You supported a closed border. So I would say maybe we actually agree, but we just disagree on the Trump part of it. Or
Okay,
the
Trump is
Biden-
sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process for doing something that is a $250 fine. That is disgusting. That's why nobody's coming to the border, and that's what you like about Trump.
$250 fine. That's not true. Look
Yes,
at
it's
Title
true.
8. No, it's not. Title 8 code 1325. That's the immigration
It's
law.
11.
If someone
It's
no, it's Title 8.
1135.
No, it isn't. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
1325. Okay.
1325.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 1325.
And
I
it's
looked up the law.
$250.
Nope, it's not. It's actually up to 6 months in prison. You know, ask
That-
ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT.
Okay. What's the penalty
And-
for
and
breaking
Title-
1325?
And title that's 6 months in prison, up to 6 months, federal misdemeanor. And
It's
if you cross twice, wait, let me finish. If you cross twice, that's Title 8, Code 1326. That's up to 2 years in prison for crossing twice. That's a federal felony. So
$50
civil,
and no more than $250. Oh man.
No,
Oh,
bro,
no.
it literally. No, it literally says that it's up to 6 months in prison.
Yeah,
At
I
least
know.
according to
You
what I
can
read,
do,
unless you're pulling up something
dude,
else.
you can do up to 6 months in prison for a lot of minor
Yeah, but
things.
it's not a civil
That is,
offense.
nobody gets that. Nobody does
Yeah,
that.
but you're making the whole it's just a civil
So
offense
is
argument.
6
That's
months in
literally a
prison,
lie.
is 6 months
It's
in
a
prison
lie.
the same thing as a life in prison?
Oh, no, I'm not. Wait. Hold on. Now you're trying to make me defend something I never said. I was
Okay.
arguing against the whole. It's the same as a parking fee. It's a civil offense bullshit claim. It's not. It's a federal misdemeanor. You could ask ChatGPT. Is Title 8 Code 1325 a federal misdemeanor or is it a civil offense?
I
Because
never
I'm
said
so
it was a
tired of
civil
this.
offense. Who are you arguing
Okay.
with?
Because you brought up the parking fee shit, and that applies to civil offense, which I've heard like a billion times. If you
No,
disagree with all your liberal friends on that, then that's fine.
okay, I'm saying that this is I don't care how federal it is because the border can only be enforced by the federal government. That's the only reason it's federal, and it's a $50 or $250 fine. Nobody's
You
doing
could
6
go.
months in
You
jail
can
for it. That is the
you can
dumbest
go.
way to
Well, no,
enforce
because we
this.
deport. No, because we deport them, and I'm not saying that we should waste resources on them going to jail. But the law says that you can go to jail for up to 6 months. And apologies, I
Nobody's
know you
doing that.
didn't say. I know you didn't say it's a civil offense, but you could see why I was making that argument preemptively. That is a very. I mean, I'm sure you've heard people say that, right?
You
You're in
have
politics.
derailed this whole conversation because I told you that Trump is sending these people to prison for the rest of their lives and CCOT, and that's why nobody's coming to the border. That's it.
Well, well, actually acknowledge that I said I don't have to agree with every individual edge case to support mass deportations. And when you're dealing with numbers at this scale, it's hard for things to go perfectly.
Biden
I mean, even to
deported more
deport,
without doing that.
even,
Biden deported way more.
even to deport. Really, how many did Biden deport? Just tell me.
56,000 per month. This last
56,000
year.
per
Yeah,
month.
just last year.
Wait, I'm curious. Did he end up just ramping it up like towards the end of his term for good optics, or was he doing that the whole time?
No,
Did you
and
bring up
no,
just the one?
the first
Over
the
the course of his
first 3 years of
presidency?
his presidency, he deported non-confirmed departure, release detained, expulsions, 2.5 million, whatever that is per month.
Yeah, well, you got to offset that with the amount of people that came in. We probably got
Yeah,
an excess.
it's
So you got
50%.
at least 7 million. You got at least 7 million entering the country.
No, that's encounters. You guys are still fundamentally confused on what that means. So Trump is showing you the amount of people who stepped one toe over the border. That's what that chart is. That is his propaganda. And he doesn't show any of them that were kicked out. That's it. That's what my response is to that.
He doesn't show any of them that were kicked out. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, so you're saying that under Biden he got rid of 2.5 million? Okay, that is significantly less than who came in. So, are we
You
disagreeing
can't
on
change
who
the
coming
law.
in means?
You can't change the law. Can you tell me why we would have diminishing like amount of people coming in based on the amount of like so if 12 million people came in and 1,200 people came in, we would expect the amount of people coming in unlawfully to be about half in both of those instances. Why would it not be?
Wait. If what were the two numbers you said? The first number, the second number?
1,200, 12 million. If half of
Okay.
1,200, if a sample of people of half were not allowed in, they were coming unlawfully, we have 12 million. How many do you expect to be coming unlawfully and to be expelled immediately? How many do you think?
This is a weird hypothetical. I'm assuming you're expecting to say 6 million because it's like 600 in the
Yeah,
first.
6
This is
million.
weird. Okay, so you're saying that half the. You gotta explain this better than your hypothetical because it's just kind of a weird one. Like, what's the point you're trying to make? Like, just explain
You, for
that.
some reason, think that when there's 12 million people coming to the border and there's Trump's 1.2 million, roughly half of Trump's 1.2 million were kicked out immediately. Hey, they didn't meet requirements. They say no. Okay, bad. And then how many of these 12 million do you think would be kicked out?
Wait. Doesn't the fact that there's 12 million versus 1.2 million coming up matter? I mean, bro, why is
Can you tell me the relevance?
coming up?
Why does it?
Because there's more illegals coming to the country.
Yeah, so
illegally?
one of the
That's relevant.
reasons I would give you is because Trump gave them
Because
temporary
COVID.
protective status like 4 hours before he left office. That's probably why they ran to the border. But that's neither here nor there. Also, it's probably because of COVID.
I think it's because we left the border wide open, and
The border's not wide open. We enforced it.
Wait, also, no, you did it. And guess what else happened? Kamala Harris's running mate, literally in his city, he was putting these people in hotels. I forgot the exact thing
Are you
that he
talking
was
about
doing.
asylum seekers?
Oh, there's wait. Okay, I love the asylum seeker thing. So explain to me how these people are seeking asylum, because most of these people don't go right to the U.S. A lot of these people from out of the Middle East, from Venezuela, from
Yeah.
China, from wherever
Yeah.
they're
Can you
fleeing
tell me the
persecution.
law? Can you tell me the
Wait,
law
wait, hold
that
on,
requires them to stop
hold
in the
on.
first country?
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on, stop. So if they're fleeing persecution, they have to be fleeing persecution to actually be granted an asylum claim. Um, when they flee to Ecuador and then they trek through Colombia and Panama and all these different countries, they're not being persecuted anymore. How are they being persecuted? They're not. You already
So
flee your persecution, and now you're trying to come to America because you want the best honeypot of them all. It's bullshit.
yeah, if I were to restart my life and uproot my family, I would go to the most ideal place possible
Yeah, but
and
it's
not
not fleeing
stop.
persecution, is it? It's not fleeing persecution.
It
If you
is.
flee Lebanon or whatever, or some random country in the Middle
Listen,
East,
I know you don't
because
care about poor people or people that are
oh, now
hurt
here
or
the
people that
virtue
are
signaling.
fleeing like their country
That's
from
a
being
classic
murdered.
technique.
I know that you
Oh
don't
my god.
care,
No, no,
but
no, no.
the
Okay,
law is if they're
you see how
fleeing
you're
their
making it ad
country.
hominem? You're making it ad
Listen,
hominem now. You're
okay,
just attacking me.
okay, I'm just saying you're sitting
Fallacy,
here
actually.
that you're sitting here saying that you're going, listen, these people they could have had at least like a 10% better life in their next door neighbor countries.
No, it's not 10%, but you know how much better Panama is than a place like Yemen? Oh, are you kidding? Panama's a great place. You ever been to Panama
It's
City? It's a great
tiny. Do you
place.
think they would be able to take all of these
Oh,
migrants?
wait. So it's our responsibility to take in all these refugees. You said you agreed with
Yeah,
the border
I think
before. I
it's
can
totally
flip that
fine.
around. Wait, hold on.
It's totally fine.
You literally, hold on. You said that you support a border before and you support border enforcement and you support deportations. So I can flip that around you. What, you don't care about them? You just said that before. You're trying to play both sides,
I
dude.
do care about. Okay, listen. This is what we could have done. We could have passed the James Langford bill that would have given us more judges to adjudicate these claims. So if you think people were wrongfully fleeing their country with no threat of being harmed, then we would have been able to adjudicate those claims within 60 days. Instead, it's 6 years. So a lot of them do come to the border, but it's been that way since 1952.
Wait, but
Not since Biden.
you never even addressed my thing about the fact that they're not, most of the time they're not actually fleeing persecution because they go through like 3 or 4, oh no,
I
sorry,
don't care
go
what
through
countries
like
they
5
go
or 6
through.
other countries.
I don't care.
Oh, so you
What
don't
does it
care?
make a difference?
Wait. So no, it makes a difference because they're not fleeing persecution anymore. They're not in their country and they're not in the country they're being persecuted at anymore. That's why it matters. So their asylum claim is bullshit. That's why.
You would
I mean,
have to substantiate that that's what the law is, and that's not the
I
law.
can substantiate. Look up the easiest entry requirements for South American countries, and Ecuador is going to come up.
No, I want you to
because
show
they
me where
don't
the
rec- no,
law.
I'll tell you.
I want you
I'll
to
tell
show me
you
where the
because
law
dude,
says
I'm
if you pass
explaining
through a
it to
third
you.
country, if you pass
I'm
through a third
explaining it to
country,
you.
there's nothing that says if you pass through a third country, you have to stop there.
No, it says that if you're fleeing persecution, you can be eligible for asylum. My point is, most of these people are coming through places like Ecuador because they have very low entry requirements, and
Ecuador's not doing too hot either.
no, no, but guess what? It's not just Ecuador. They have to go to Ecuador, then Colombia, then Panama, then Costa Rica, Nicaragua,
Yeah.
Guatemala, Mexico. You have to go through all these different countries just to get here.
So-
and then, but they're still fleeing persecution.
There's no law that says, hey, if you pass through a country that you're not fleeing from, you're not allowed asylum. That's not a thing either.
Wait. No. The law says that if you're fleeing persecution
Mm-hmm.
specifically, then yes, then you could make an asylum claim.
Yeah.
And they could override the fact that you came here legally.
Then
I think it says that.
then you would hugely disagree with you would hugely disagree with Trump, who gave Venezuelans temporary protective status for that exact reason, who passed through all those countries on the way here.
Look, I don't have to agree. Look, I started this conversation off by saying I don't agree with everything Trump has done.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not here to
I know.
just shill
It
for
just
Trump.
breaks your logic, though. Trump is not doing that. Nobody wants that. Nobody says that. That is not a thing. Because you're saying, oh, Trump's doing it the way I want him to do it. This is the reason they're not coming anymore.
I'm just explaining to you what the
Okay,
law
did
is,
Biden
dude.
did Biden change the fact that you would allow people that passed through those countries to come through, or is that something that's always been?
Did Biden change the fact that people passing through those countries would always be allowed to come through?
Yes.
He made it easier
No.
for them to come through. Well, obviously,
He gave him a CBP1 app, and that actually started during.
Yeah, thank you for making my point for me. Thank you. Yes, you
but
did.
that started in October 2020 during Trump.
Okay, and Biden did nothing to stop it. I mean,
Why
what's
would you
your
do
point?
that? Why would you stop it?
Why would you stop people coming through the border? Wait, how about this? How about this? You said before that you support a border, that you support deportations. What exactly did you mean by that? Because I'm curious.
If
'Cause
you're
you
fleeing
flip
your
it. Wait,
country,
hold on, hold on. You flip it and you try to say, "Oh, well, you just don't care about people. You just don't care about people." No,
yeah,
I
if
do
they're
care
if
about
you're seeking
people.
asylum,
I want borders.
I'm not going to sit here and scream at a family who fled their country like Venezuela, and I'm going to be like, "Why didn't you stop in Ecuador?" Like, I don't care. If you're here and
Oh
you're
no, that
safe,
wouldn't make any
let's
sense.
do it.
If you flee Venezuela, you're not going through Ecuador.
Okay,
You're going through Colombia and
okay,
different
there you go.
countries.
I don't care. I'm just saying I'm not going to yell at them and say, "Hey, why didn't you stop in Panama? Why didn't you stop in Mexico?" I don't care.
Wait. So you're basically saying you should just accept all asylum claims. So it's
Yes.
bullshit. Either you know what you should do. I would respect you a lot more if you just stood on your beliefs. If you don't want a border, if you say we should just accept all asylum claims, we should just make them all legal. Then we should just accept every single one of them. Then you should say that. You shouldn't try to
You know
play both
what?
sides.
If you don't have a criminal record and you want to come to this country and you want to work, I think you should let every one of them in. What's the problem with that?
So you only enforce it retroactively. You only do it after the fact. So you
No,
let
you could do
everyone
it at
come
the
in.
border. You can enforce
wait,
this
wait.
at the border.
You effectively don't have a border anymore.
Why
if
would
you're
you say
only
that?
Going to because you're letting everyone in and you're only deporting people if they commit a crime once they're
No.
already here.
No.
Well, guess what, dude? Guess what? Under
You just
Title
strawmanned it.
8, under Title 8, Code 1325, you already are a criminal by definition. That's how it works.
Okay,
They're
I'm
all
telling you,
criminals.
you're running from this. I'm saying we could
I'm
check
not.
these people at the border. I'm saying if you come to our border and if you want to come here, we check you at the border.
Mhm.
If you have a criminal
Yeah,
record
come
and
to a
you're
port of
in the
entry.
country, if you're country of origin, you have a criminal record, or any other country in South America or Central America, you can't come in.
Can I add one more thing to that? You
Sure.
also have to come through a port of entry. If it's not through a port of entry, then all that shit goes out the window, and you're still a criminal for breaking the law as your first act of coming into the
I think if
country.
you're claiming asylum, that's a different thing. And so like
I already disproved the asylum bullshit for like 99% of those people.
No, you didn't.
The only way the asylum thing would work is if you're coming directly from Mexico. Most of these people are coming from Venezuela and other countries.
Okay, I don't care. So like if you were somewhere in Eastern Europe, in Germany, 1930s, 1940s, Germany was happening, and Jewish people showed up in your country of origin, and they were one country, they passed through another safe country to get to you, would you say no?
Yeah. Fuck yeah, I would. Yeah. I don't want to.
Okay.
It's not
You're
our
a horrible
responsibility to. There we go. I'm a horrible person. It's not our responsibility to take in a bunch of refugees from other countries. You know what happens when you do that? You end up like Rome, where they let Germanic tribes come into their country, and when they were just inviting them in. You can't do that because when you have people coming in with divided allegiances from all these different backgrounds, you end up with political destabilization. That's what happens. You don't have
The
a nation
only
anymore.
political
You have a bunch of-
destabilization-
you have a bunch of different nations within a
The only
nation.
political destabilization we have is from ultra-nationalists on the right, from like you, who elected a felon into presidency and then say, hey, if you do a Class C misdemeanor, don't you come to my country.
What's wrong? What is wrong with nationalism? Tell me why that word. Why is it such a bad thing to love your country and be a nationalist? What I'm supposed to prioritize the rest of the world over my own freaking country?
I think it's something to get carried away very easily. So being a nationalist is one thing, being like ultra nationalist is another, and then it's another thing to have your truck like wrapped in flags and have a Trump tattoo and have Trump shirts, shoes, wallet, $2 bills. I'm saying a lot of y'all do. A lot of y'all do.
All right, well, I don't. I've already said I disagree with a lot of the shit that Trump has done.
That doesn't keep you from. You can't duck all the heat from supporting Trump.
No. Hold on. I supported Trump on one specific thing. I don't agree with his foreign policy. I don't agree with his big beautiful bill. I don't agree with any of that shit.
The main thing that's affecting his border policy is something you would disagree with.
Okay, you called me a horrible person, and then you're saying that, oh, well, you're a nationalist, and then I say, what's wrong with being a nationalist? And you say, well, you guys all play Trump tattoos and all this shit.
No, I'm saying, okay, I'm going to finish my answer to that then. I'll finish my answer to that. Okay, so being a nationalist, Trump is bamboozling you guys with this like America First stuff and the isolationist the rhetoric. And he's telling you guys things and pulling you by your heartstrings to enact horrible laws. So
Okay, you're bringing up Trump. How about just tell me in a vacuum? If we're not even talking about America anymore. Pretend we're not talking about America.
yeah, so
What is
like
wrong with being a nationalist?
being a nationalist is it's a mechanism that a lot of authoritarians use to enact crazy laws, to pull at your heartstrings, and to do things that are unlawful, that are civil rights, human rights violations.
All right, that's a
And
vague,
to stay in
nothing answer.
powers.
How about this? It's called wanting the best for your own country, prioritizing your nation over other
Just because
nations.
you
I mean,
okay.
because I'm well.
Just because you say that you want the best for your nation doesn't mean that the other side doesn't. So, like, I would say the liberals are the only patriots.
Okay,
Liberals are
demonizing
the
nationalism.
excuse me.
Really
Liberals are
demonizing-
liberals are the only patriots in this country
Okay.
right now because you guys don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about the First
You don't care
Amendment.
about the
You don't
Constitution?
care about the Fifth Amendment. You don't care about
Oh, this
the
is such
14th
gaslighting.
Amendment. You don't care
This is
about any of the
gaslighting.
things Trump is trampling all over because it's America first right now.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, it's funny you say stuff like that. You know, like which
Thank you, Melinda, for the $40. We care. We are the only one who cares. We are the only ones who care about the Constitution right now. When we call out Trump for using an executive order to do away with an entire constitutional amendment, or if we call out Trump for even joking about running for a third term, which is against the Constitution, you guys are still in my chat every day saying how funny it is or how awesome it would actually be to have a king. You guys are not patriots. You guys are not nationalists in any sense of the word. You're whatever this disgusting joke of a political party is. You're not anything else. He's going to try it, but I don't care. That's come from MAGA, dude. He didn't run. Melinda kicked him. Melinda. Hello.
Hello?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
What do you like about Trump?
I think that Trump's doing a good job about keeping the border, kicking illegal immigrants out of our country.
Are you over 18?
Yep.
Do you think we should be sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process because they crossed the border illegally?
For the rest of their life, but I think they should be because they are committing a crime by coming into our country.
Yeah, but it's a $50 to $250 fine to do that.
I think it should be more than that because it's an illegal thing to do. Like, pretend like a random stranger just walked into your house in the middle of the night.
That's
That would
private
be-
property. That's different.
Like how this country is not allowed for illegal immigrants. That's like the same thing.
What's your birthday? Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
I like that he's actually doing something to try to fix the problem that Biden and Democrats have caused, for example, like allowing millions upon millions of people to enter our country illegally, which is a threat to the safety of American citizens. And now they're receiving benefits and healthcare and whatnot, being a drain on the American economy.
Okay.
Like, for example, in 2023 alone, if we factor in tax contributions, because I know you love to say this, you're like, well, they pay taxes. Factoring in tax contributions in 2023 alone, illegal immigration costs the U.S. taxpayer $150 billion. And then we wonder why everything's getting so expensive.
So are you going to quote the House committee, that budget committee on that? Is that what you're quoting?
No, I'm gonna quote this analysis done by a group.
Is it the Immigration Council group?
I believe it's a Federation for American Immigration Reform. I could look it up.
Yeah, it's a right-leaning anti-immigration website.
Of course, everything that doesn't agree with your narrative is right-leaning, right?
Do they actually have their?
Do you have any way to actually address it instead of deflecting?
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
you
Can
know?
you tell me what the breakdown is of that and their methodology?
No, I can't.
Yeah, it's just made up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, of course, it's just made up. Just like boys can be girls, and girls can be boys, and everything you stand for is destructive towards, American society. Everything I stand for aims to protect American society. We can't be
I
the
doubt it.
world's charity.
Yeah, so you're still just assuming that that number's not made up, and I assume it's just made up. There's no methodology for it.
There is methodology.
Can you show me?
It's a Yeah, sure. Would you like to look it up?
Yeah, the American Federation.
One moment.
Federation for American Immigration Reform. So this is by far, this is the easiest slam dunk I've had in my life. Immigration policies can determine, this is from their mission statement, immigration policies can determine which kind of American future generations will inherit. Livable or overcrowded, successful or overburdened. While we see our obligations to help less fortunate around the world, we also know that irresponsible border policies can undermine our nation's ability to be successful change agent for the human race. So this is automatically their stance is anti-immigration. So their numbers that you
So anyone
pull
that
up,
disagrees with your perspective is not trusted, right?
this is who it's coming from. This is who it's, if it was like a, if it was
Why don't you go read the assessment? So I'm
Okay,
gonna go
let's go.
into the fiscal burden of
What's the title of it?
illegal immigration on U.S. taxpayers. Cost study 2023. Fair.
I want to read this real quick.
Oh, of course, you go to the propaganda dismantling it, right?
It's Cato. This is a libertarian website.
Yeah.
FAIR's report reaches the conclusion that vastly overstating the cost of illegal immigration, undercounting the tax revenue they generate, and inflating the number of illegal immigrants, counting million U.S. citizens as illegal immigrants, and by concocting a method of estimating the fiscal cost that is rejected by all economists who work on this subject. FAIR's errors. 1. FAIR assumes that there are 12.5 million illegal immigrants, over a million more than the organization's estimate. FAIR is inconsistent here, as the number of illegal immigrants they report on 34 is 12.6. Pew estimates there's 11.3 illegal immigrants, and the Center for Migration Studies estimates there are 11, and the Center for Immigration Studies estimates there's 11.43. FAIR's estimate of the number of illegal immigrants is more than a million more than, I'm sorry, I just got an email, more than their sister organization, Center for Immigration Studies, that also shares their goal of reducing immigration. Like I said, using the average number of illegal immigrants as estimated by Pew, CMS, and CIS instead of FAIR's number lowers their report's estimated cost by $11.6 billion. That's instead of 150. FAIR counts the benefits consumed by U.S.-born American citizens' children of illegal immigrants.
Why don't you actually just go and read the analysis before you go and read some propaganda trying to dismantle it? That would be
because I want to read the
you're an
criticisms of it.
ideologue.
This is from a libertarian website. This is people
They're
who
not
lean in your
libertarian.
direction.
Cato, no.
Yes,
Cato's
they are.
not libertarian.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're left-leaning libertarian.
Okay. This is I love that you don't like the
And
criticism
also
of the
too,
study.
so far one criticism has been, okay, so their estimates 1 million off, right?
Yeah.
Well, these are estimates, right? We have no idea to truly account for how much damage Biden has done for this country. So, oh my God, they might have gotten the number wrong. Let's throw the whole study out.
Okay. Do you?
What kind of logic is that?
What?
Maybe if we actually had a count, maybe if we actually had people to be able to check at our border,
we already had that.
We would be able to actually have. No, we don't.
We already have that.
There's been millions upon millions of people that have come into this country illegally.
Okay.
And you're here arguing over the numbers.
This is what
we're putting them in hotels.
Okay, those are asylum seekers.
We're giving them healthcare. We're giving them benefits.
Global. How many people were here? If 12 million people were here, is that what you think? 12 million?
I would say it's probably between 10 to 20 million, honestly.
20?
Correct.
Oh my God. All right. Well, I mean, I know Trump said that once, so I'm sure you guys believe it. But
the problem is we have no idea because Biden left the border open.
yeah, there's no way for
So
you
you're
to.
gonna complain about the numbers.
You
It's
think
like
that
this is the
you're
problem
gonna
with
have to
leftists
show
and
me.
Democrats. Hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm speaking. This is the problem with you guys is you guys create the problem and then you cry about the solution and every single time.
No, you guys
I
actually.
could provide like 5, 6, 7 different examples
Can
of
you
the
tell
same
me?
thing.
Can you tell me one way Biden opened the border? Go ahead.
What? The way Biden opened the border, it was
Yeah.
obviously open. They even tore down. They
Wait,
put
can you
barbed
just
wire
tell
up
me?
at
Can you tell me
Texas.
a thing he said or a thing that he wrote to a
Oh
certain
my
like
God!
to
Now
custom? Can you
it's
tell
just
me?
now it's just delusional at this point.
No, I just
Because
want you to tell
Biden
me.
because Biden didn't say come over here.
No, I'm just saying.
We
No,
lowered
like,
the asylum standards too to be like I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I
can
can't
you
make
tell me
it
where
in
he
my
did that?
country.
Can you tell me where he did that?
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
Yeah, of course.
So you
Oh,
guys do-
gotcha.
yeah.
This is how
Yeah.
you guys debate. It's pathetic.
No, this is you guys can't even
I'm tired.
substantiate
I'm
your
tired of
position.
pathetic. I'm tired of pathetic weak men like
Weak
you,
men.
like claiming to care. Yes,
Okay.
claiming to care.
Oops.
Everything you stand for destroys this nation. Everything you stand
You
for
guys-
leads women down a dangerous path.
Okay.
Everything you stand for.
SOS. Clown shoes off. Listen to what I'm going to say. In 2018, how many migrants do you think were here? How many undocumented migrants do you think were here?
I have no clue.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah. Oh, great. Gotcha. Oh, no.
It's 11.5 million. So we roughly have a little over 500,000 more people here after Biden did so many deportations.
accurate? Wait, how
This
do we
is-
know that numbers?
This is from Department of Homeland Security. I think they would know, right?
Oh wait, how do we know the Department of Homeland Security is not lying?
It's,
You see what it's like to argue with somebody like you?
these are the people in charge of counting.
Yeah. In charge of counting people who are illegal immigrants. So every single person that came across the border was like, hey, by the way, I'm an illegal immigrant.
No, you guys just have a very fundamental like misunderstanding of how the border works.
No, you're attempting to gaslight right now. I know I have a great understanding of how
No,
a
you
border works. Like for example, okay, name one country around the world where you could enter illegally and go and live there without notifying the country. Go to Mexico. I challenge you to go to Mexico. Go and live there. Go start a business in Mexico. Start a taco stand in Mexico. Go live there and see what happens.
Okay.
Because Mexico's currently deporting people.
Okay.
They just deported Cuban immigrants back to Cuba.
You're super angry, and I want you to
I'm
understand. You would be less angry if you knew how the border works.
I'm not angry. It's just
You
I'm
are.
tired of dealing with pathetic men like you. It's like
Okay.
once more, you cause the problems and whine about the reaction.
So we have
You're
500,000.
angry. No, this is how men talk.
This is we have 500,000 more people here, and the border was wide open, even though Biden beat Trump in deportation numbers every month of every year. The border was wide open, and we have millions of people here, 20 million people.
Yeah, it was.
I wish I was a real man who was so insecure and emotional that I yelled at everybody.
Straight to gaslighting. I
Every
wasn't
single one of
yelling
y'all
at
who
one point.
say that
I wasn't
beta
I
males.
wasn't yelling.
Dude, for you to call me like less of a man
You are
shows
less of
how
a man.
insecure you are.
No, it's not. It's not me being insecure. It's me calling out the objective fact and nature that you are a pathetic, weak male. That men like you claim to care.
What-
You pull at people's
in what way am I
heartstrings.
weak?
You go, what is a woman?
What is a woman? A woman who's somebody who identifies and commits to those attributes mostly associated with a grown
And you want to
human
claim
female.
you're a strong man. You want to have males and female spaces, and you
Okay,
claim
that
to
doesn't
care.
that
right?
doesn't do anything to my
Yeah,
manhood.
exactly.
I don't think
Yes, it does.
those-
You're a pathetic man
neither
who
of
wants
those
to allow
things-
other men, predators,
neither-
into women's spaces.
Dude, you literally elected somebody into office who says they love walking in on women changing.
Oh God, more fucking leftist propaganda, some bullshit.
I can literally show you the video.
Okay, great.
He says he owns the place. He gets to walk in on them when they're changing. These
Yeah, and
beautiful
there was
women.
also there was pageant contestants that said that they alerted them. There was literally a woman in the pageant that said, "Oh, Mr. Trump is coming. Get clothed."
Oh dang! So they all got saved from Trump.
No, I mean it's just literally it's emotionally manipulative propaganda. You can't get. Let's go back to what a woman is real quick before you try to deflect on the fact that you want to
And this
allow
is gonna
males into women's spaces.
this is going to somehow prove that I'm less of a man than you.
It is, yes, because no sane, self-respecting man who cares about women would allow women into men or would allow men into women's spaces.
Yeah. Then why would you vote for Trump? A man who does that.
God, more pathetic, more pathetic deflection. What would you do? What is it like? You can't tell me.
Doesn't Trump champion those ideas?
Okay, what makes somebody a woman?
A woman is a social construct and somebody who self-identifies as and continues to live as a woman can be a woman. It could be
Okay, great. So you're saying it's
it could
purely
be
social,
a
right?
cisgender. Yes.
So it's purely a social construct.
Yes.
There's no biological basis for it whatsoever.
It can have biological basis, but it could also not have biological basis. Yes, it's a social construct that we made up. We made this up. We made this up over many, many years, and it's changed and evolved over many, many years. And if you can't acknowledge that it's something that is ever changing, that we can colloquially change the meaning of words as a society to fit and include more or less people, then you are small-brained.
So no, you're projecting right now. So here's the contradiction in your thinking and your rhetoric, right? For you to go and claim that it's a biological and it's also biological and social, right? So this whole social constructionist theory of gender ideology claims that there is no biological basis for gender. It would claim that it's purely how you feel on the inside, right? So now let's go and let's test that logic real quick. Let's test it. So if there was no biological basis for gender, right? Can you explain to me what's the necessity for, say, for example, a male to female is what they call MTF person to take the cross-sex hormones, keyword sex, male to female, aka sex categorizations.
I just said it could
male
include
to
both.
female, right?
I think you're not having a conversation with me because I just acknowledged it can be both.
No, you're just trying to deflect and run away from
I just told you it was be both,
tested.
and you're like, ha. Well, let me have this argument that I had in my head anyway.
You can't argue biological essentialism and social constructionism.
So
if you argue it's psychosocial, if you argue it's a manifestation of the mind, you cannot reach into biology to justify social constructionism.
Yes, you can. Because socially we see other women who carry these attributes and people want to adopt those attributes. That is a social thing. So if you're on an island all alone by yourself and you were born female, you would never grow into a thing that we would call a man or a woman because you wouldn't even know what the fuck that is.
So give me an example. What are these attributes? Can you give me some?
Sure. Right now, in this day and age, in America, it could be anything from long hair, clear skin, less facial hair, less hair on their body, maybe a petite figure, maybe makeup.
So what you described, for example, the hair itself is what's that fall under? Or the facial hair as well too, less facial hair.
Okay, I don't know. Mostly,
generally,
that
would be considered a secondary sex characteristic.
Okay.
So we're arguing that sex and gender are separate, but what you just described was a sex characteristic.
Mm-hmm. And it's generally associated with
why do they need to go? And I think the easier way to do it would be breasts, right? You know, why would they need to mimic secondary sex characteristics to affirm their gender when sex and gender are separate?
Because they're mostly associated with a certain sex.
With a certain sex, but sex and gender are separate.
Yeah, they're just associated with those things. Yes, but they are separate.
Yeah,
do you acknowledge that they're separate?
Why?
Can you? Do you think sex and gender?
I don't.
Okay, so can you tell me?
They're synonymous. They're intertwinable, unchangeable.
I love that. Okay, this is a female dog. Okay.
Correct.
Is this a woman?
No, because
why not?
That's a female. Huh?
Why not?
Because a woman is an adult human female.
I thought they're synonymous. I thought they're completely synonymous, right?
Yeah, but you're trying to literally go and conflate. You're trying to conflate. Okay, no, it's actually a bitch is the proper term. So that is a bitch.
Vicky, thank you for the kick. Thank you for the $40 kick. Vicky. WWW. Guest got cooked. Chat, tap the screen if you enjoy these debates. Give me a follow. And it's Vicky with an I. Vicky, we love you. Thank you so much, Vicky. Lots of emotional men who can't do math, don't know how the border works, don't know what gender is. Yellow?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
Pretty much everything he promised that he would do when he was running for re-election, he is doing.
All right, let's talk about that.
Okay.
So he says he's going to stop the wars day one. Did he do that?
Okay, that's one thing. It involves two other leaders, but he said he was going to. He did not.
Why would he
but
promise
involves
something
two
that he
other
couldn't
leaders.
do?
Okay, that's one thing. What else?
Okay, did he lower groceries on day one and, instead of putting tariffs on them and increasing them?
He did that to make sure we could get free trade, not free trade, but equal trade, like we haven't been getting
So
for
that's
the past
two
decade.
no's.
Can you debate that? Can you debate that? Can
Yeah.
you debate that? Why
Yeah.
are we paying more? No. Why are we paying to have lumber sent somewhere, okay, and then repaying to have it come back into the United States so we as Americans can buy it? That's not free. That's not fair. I mean.
Okay, Tom.
So he's raising tariffs to let other countries know that the Americans are not going to pay for other countries to profit off of us when we ourselves could be doing this.
I think you're
here
confused.
in America.
I think you're confused on who pays the tariffs. When Trump put up his tariffs, do consumers here pay those tariffs, or do countries like China pay those tariffs?
Well, the question is, how much of an increase have you seen? Have you seen
No,
eggs
no,
go
no, no,
down?
no, 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 no. Answer that question.
No. Have you seen the price of eggs come down? Have you seen the price of milk come down?
You don't
Have you seen
understand the
price
nature of the price of those things. But answer my
I
question.
do. I buy them every day. I'm a parent who has 5 kids. I've got to pay every day for food.
Okay, but you're being
It was
silly.
ridiculous.
Who
It was
pays? Who
ridiculous
pays
a year
those
ago
tariffs?
when I saw a price. Nope. It was ridiculous when I saw the price of eggs go up almost
Tom.
5 times compared to what they were 6 years ago. Gas went right through the roof when before, I remember before Biden got into office, that it was less than $2. Why? Because a lot of my work involves driving across this great country. And when I see money go up, the price of gas go up to $3, $4 a gallon. Why? Oh yeah, I see what you're doing now. You can't answer me, can you?
I can't. I'm waiting
Let's
for you to
talk about-
finish. I'm waiting for you to
I'm
finish.
done. I'm
Okay,
done.
let's talk about two things that you have a fundamental no understanding of whatsoever. Eggs. Why did the price of eggs go up?
Because Biden authorized the extermination of hundreds of thousands of
False.
chickens.
Biden
Really? Why?
did not
What was
authorize anything. That was
he didn't?
something that is a USDA thing that was self-implemented and it began in the early 2000s. 2002 is when we started doing that, and they had to cull their chickens.
Wrong. I remember buying 5 dozen eggs for less than $5.
And?
now I can't buy. I can't.
And can
yeah,
you tell
I
me
do.
why Biden is the reason we culled all those chickens?
Because there was a disease or some crap.
No, can you tell me why Biden is responsible?
Because it was under his administration.
Because they followed the law during his administration?
Oh, so let's talk about all the illegal immigrants
Okay,
that
you're
came across.
you're running from this conversation. You don't know
No,
how
I'm not.
Biden is responsible for the price of eggs going up. That's just a thing that happened.
Because he never did anything to try and help reduce the cost of those eggs to Americans here in the United States of America.
Okay,
Did he?
it's
Did he
because
do
they had
anything?
bird flu and they had to kill those chickens to make sure that people like you wouldn't eat them and get bird flu.
But he did nothing to try and help reduce the price. But here in the last
What are you
year,
talking about?
Here in the last 3 months, the price of those eggs have come down. Why is that?
Because the chickens reproduced and we have more
Oh,
chickens
really?
now. Yeah.
So how do we have a negative chicken production while he's in office, but not when he's not in office?
I don't know. Maybe because it takes a while for chickens to reproduce.
So I can understand that, but why did we not bring more chickens to help us out? Why didn't we purchase more chickens? Why was it more difficult to get chickens?
You're
and
being
eggs in the United
ridiculous.
States?
All right, you're being ridiculous. I bet you can look right now and find a way that Biden tried to import eggs.
Can you?
Biden was not in charge of all the chickens.
But it was under his administration. You got
Yeah.
people will blame stuff on Trump when he was in office because it was his administration, just like they're blaming Trump on
All right,
stuff that's
you're
going
being
on
silly. We had, and
now.
it was not hundreds of thousands. It was hundreds of millions. It was like 150 million chickens that had to be slaughtered. So yes, prices of eggs went up.
Okay,
And for
I
you to
did
blame
say
Biden
hundreds
is
of
silly.
thousands, but if you want to go hundreds of millions, but what's silly?
It's silly for you to blame Biden.
But but people will blame stuff that happened under Trump when it was going on before Trump.
Okay, and let me also help you out with gas. What do you think caused gas to go up?
One of the things was Biden shutting down the pipeline within his first 6 hours of office.
All right, let me help you out with that too. Today
Okay.
we are going to learn. So the Keystone XL.
Yep.
All right, there is a Keystone pipeline. It runs through America. It's like this, and then there was a little branch of it about right there. That's the XL. It was 8% complete. It was Canadian owned, and it was not going to reduce our prices of gas until the year of 2023. It was never complete. So how would it have ever, first of all, caused gas prices to go up? Second of all, it was stopped in 2019 by Judge Brian Morris, who was under Trump. And then 2020, the Supreme Court under Trump further upheld that decision. So your beef is with Trump. Biden got into office and ripped up the permits because there was no future for this pipeline.
Okay, you made a point there. I did not know that. I will have to research that. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know that. So I will
Okay.
look into that. But he did, when he signed that, when he put that executive order in place, put a lot of people out of business. A lot of people that live in Wisconsin and Minnesota that were making their living off of that pipeline.
There was roughly 1,000 union workers that went to another part of the pipeline to work.
Okay, again, I appreciate you pointing that out to me. I did not know that. So I will research that. Again, I'm open for a fair debate, and I did not know that. I will research that. And if it is what you say it is, I'm on your side with the Keystone Pipeline. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Did you know know that Biden also drilled more year by year, month by month than Trump oil production domestically?
Yes, I did. That I did know.
Okay, so
did
what do
know.
you
I
think
did know
caused
that.
prices of gas to go up?
That would be a very interesting question, and I'm not going to blame it on Putin and Russia.
It's definitely had a lot to do with Putin and Russia, but most of it had to do with Trump.
Why is that? He wasn't even in office.
Yeah. So in 2020, actually, in 2020, this is gas prices per gallon domestically. All right. Here's 2020. In 2020, we had low average gas price of around $2. And the reason is because everybody was pumping gas out of the ground, but nobody was driving. And when nobody was driving, we just have this huge surplus of oil. And for the first time in history, the gas prices went to negative $37 per barrel. And oil companies were losing their ass. So these rich oil people said, hey, Trump, Daddy Trump, we donated to your campaign. We'll donate again. Help us out. Can you make sure, can you call your buddy in Saudi Arabia? Can you call Putin? Say, hey, stop drilling so much oil, because oil is a world commodity. And this world commodity goes up and down based on the amount of oil in the world produced. So he did. He called the Saudis. He said, hey, you better stop fucking drilling or else I'm not going to sell you any defense weapons at all. And they said, okay. And they stopped drilling to the tune of 9.7 million barrels per day for 2 years. 2 whole years was their commitment. And that was in 2020. All right. That's right here. And the second that happened, gas prices went up as they were supposed to, because that's what Trump wanted. That's what oil companies wanted, because oil needs to be roughly $63 per barrel for an oil company to make money. So they skyrocketed. And this day right here, when they started falling again during Biden's administration, that was exactly 2 years to the day. 2 years to the day that Trump signed that deal. So Trump went around telling everybody that Biden was responsible for the gas prices increase while it was his fault. It's exactly something Trump would do. It has his name all over it.
Okay, I can't debate that. Okay, you're changing my opinion here big time, and I do appreciate. I'm open to opinion change. If you give me a second, hold on. What's up?
Are you in a meeting?
Yeah, I am.
That box came dead big.
Okay.
And Jared bought his ears.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. But again, thank you so much. You have opened my eyes to a whole bunch of stuff that I've been blinded by, and I kind of considered myself like I did enough research, but you have pointed out to me that I haven't done enough research. And yes, I am growing ears. I appreciate the comment. I have always been open to, I even tell my kids, and I have 5 of them, and they're all adults now, but 3 of them still live with me because of the economy. You went on that one. I can't debate that one. But bottom line, you've opened my eyes and my ears to do a lot more digging that I have been doing. I'm not saying Trump sucks, but I'm not saying I agree with everything Trump is doing. I do appreciate you taking the time to debate with me. I'm not going to take any more time, but I will say this, if there's other folks, this gentleman right here, he's got a lot of stuff to make me think about, and I really appreciate that, Tom. I really, really do, and I hope I'm going to follow you now, just so you know.
Thank you.
The fact that me being a Trump supporter and you not, the fact that you and I can openly debate and we're open to opinions is great. I love that about America. I love that about human beings. I love that about Americans, period. I am not one who is sold 100% on Trump. But you know, I thought it was a lesser of 2 evils, but you've opened up my mind. I'm going to do a lot more research here before I come and talk with you or agree with you, because you have just schooled me, and you are as old as one of my kids, which means this old guy at 57 can still learn, and I greatly appreciate that from the youth of America. It's great to see folks like you up there. It's great to see people in America who are open to just debating, and I will say educating us older folks. Okay, I see things one way, but like I said, I'm open to seeing things another way, and you have definitely made me want to go do so much research, and I greatly appreciate that from you, and I hope to see you more and more and more, because there's a lot I feel I can learn from you. I am in management myself, and I always take opinions from the younger generation because they have new ideas, great insight, great ideas, and I do appreciate you. I am still a Trump supporter, but you're starting to sway me, my friend, and
Love
I
that.
greatly appreciate that.
W. Tom's in the chat. Dude, thank you so much. Have a good day, all right?
Hey, you too. Thank you for your time, and greatly, and thank you so much for making me want to do some more digging, because I have not done enough.
No problem.
And like I said, I am going to follow you, and I will be back in the future. And my name is not Tom Clancy, but he's my favorite author. My name is Joel. So if you see Tom Clancy, go right ahead and call me Joel. If
All
you
right.
remember that.
All right, Joel. Thank you.
You're awesome, and I appreciate your what you're doing, because you've opened up my mind to. I'm digging tonight, just so you know.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Have a great day. Have a great week, and I do appreciate what you're doing. You're making this old guy think.
All right, man. Take it easy.
You too. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
No problem. Manders with the 12-month subscription. Let's go. Chat W. Joel's in the chat. That was dope. That was dope. Love that. Love somebody's willing to go dig some more. That's cool. Love that. Chat, let me find my YouTube chat real quick. I haven't had it open yet. I haven't had it open yet today, and it's probably going wild. Yellow?
Hello?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What do you like about Trump?
He is deporting criminals from our country.
What if I told you that Biden deported way more?
Why is that relevant?
If you like somebody based on the amount of people they deported, you would like Biden more.
Well, there's more things Trump has done as well. He is saving our economy.
Isn't he ruining our economy per like every economist right now?
Nope, he's
So
not.
what is he doing that's so good for the economy?
The tariffs, they are rising, and then they are going to plummet.
So
very soon.
So him taking away his own policy is going to be best for America?
Nope, that's not what I said.
So what is the function of the tariffs, and why is it good that they'll go away?
Do you want lower prices?
Explain to me how tariffs will ever bring us lower prices.
They have before.
How does that work?
Goodbye, Trump Nation.
Follow the stream chat. Guys, who was here yesterday for the father-son duo? It was so good. Who was here yesterday? It was so good. Carl, yes. Oh God, dude. He came and left as fast as Trump tariffs. W Swift. Oh. Oh my God. Chad, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Do you YouTube the duo? I did YouTube the duo. Yeah, if you guys want to watch, it was yesterday's late stream. It should be on YouTube. Fuck. Is it on YouTube? I don't know if it is. I don't think it is. Green glasses, quarter. I couldn't find them. They would go good with this hat. Yeah. The hat's fire. Thank you. Someone sent me this hat. Somebody sent me, guys, somebody sent me a care package. And I was going to pretend open it in front of you guys. You guys want to see what I got in the mail? So I got this hat in the mail. And this is from a user named Cupcake. First name is Leanne. Big shout out to Leanne. So the first thing in this box, look at this. Look at this. I got a whole box. It's a beaver with boxing gloves. Fucking badass. We got some Kicking Horse coffee. It's smart ass coffee. This is all stuff from Canada. And then we got Beaver Buzz energy drink. Damn good. They're hockey gloves. Okay, my bad. They're hockey gloves. That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. And then we have relish made of zucchini. Zucchini relish. And then I have a Mr. Big made by Cadbury. And we've got Swedish berries. Instead of Swedish fish, we got Swedish berries. And then we got cheesies. Very patriotic if you're American. And then we got Smarties. We got NHL Smarties. And then a coffee crisp. Big shout out to Cupcake. Thank you so much. I am excited about the coffee and the hat and the shirt. Thank y'all. Chat, if you're a long-term viewer of mine and you want to send me something, DM me and I can give you my address. I can't use my mom's address anymore, which sucks, but I'll give you my address. Be careful with the coffee. Is it strong? Yeah, it's all Canadian. So I'm basically Canadian now, yeah. Kicking horses, fair trade, and organic. I'm stoked about that coffee. I'll tell you what. Happy Tuesday, y'all. Just a nice little Tuesday. Just a nice little Tuesday. Besides what's going on in the Middle East. Just a nice little Tuesday. Have you guys watched there's a show called Tehran. Tehran. And it's actually really good, but it's about Iran. You guys should watch it. I thought it was Wednesday all along. I thought it was Wednesday too when I was out walking my dog. Tehran, which is, I think it's the capital of Iran. Yeah, it's the capital of Iran. Yeah. It's what kind of show? It's not a documentary. It's about it's about the politics there. It's not a precise portrait of Iran or their society, but it does kind of show you the political landscape of Iran. Political thriller, yeah, there you go. What streaming service is it on? Is it on Apple? Yeah, it's on Apple. Actually, it's on Amazon too. It's on Amazon Prime. Apple TV has nothing but straight fucking bangers. If y'all don't have Apple TV, straight bangers. It literally 9 out of 10 of every one of their TV shows, fucking bangers. Do you think we're going to a Schwar? Severance is good too. We might be. What's that, man?
What's good? How you doing?
Doing good. You're a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah, no other choice.
All right. Why do you say that?
I mean, you want to talk about the 1031 exchange?
Sure.
Yeah, let me make it easy for you. It's a tax. It's a tax regulation for property investors like myself, and Harris was against it in capital gains. So I actually voted for my own convenience.
Yeah.
Is that bad?
Kind of a selfish vote thing.
So when you have an individual vote, it's your vote, right? So if I vote on making more money for my family, does that make me a bad person?
If it also entails like the harm of other people and the general degradation of society, then yeah.
The harm of, who's getting harmed?
I don't know. I would talk about Palestine. I would talk about women losing rights. I would talk about people being
Palestine.
sent.
I'm not voted on other countries. I vote on my
I
own
would talk
country.
about people being sent to a prison for the rest of their lives. I
Like
would
who?
talk about without any due process, like
Like
the
who?
70% of the people on the plane sent to CCOT who
Yeah,
had
they
no
were all
criminal
gang
back.
members.
No, they had no criminal background in either country.
They were gang members.
That was not adjudicated by anybody, right? No due process.
What do you mean?
That wasn't proven.
Gang members need due processes, and they came in illegally, and they're gang members.
Yeah.
So let me get it. You don't want to come in illegally. You want to come in illegally, and then you want legal status after that.
Do you believe in the Constitution? Are you an upholder of the Constitution? Are you a patriot?
I believe in a U.S. citizen.
That's not what I asked.
I think constitutions are for the U.S. citizens.
Oh, well, you're wrong.
I think directly they're intended for that.
Well, that's not really up for an opinion. That's just wrong.
What do you mean? That's your opinion.
No, like the Fifth Amendment strictly says like all persons, instead of saying citizens, says all persons will get due process.
All persons, all.
Yeah.
So let me. I don't get it. So, is there a way to coming in illegally to this country?
I don't know. How would we convict them of that if there's no due
No,
process?
it's not. It's not how we would convict them of that. It's a simple question. Is there a legal way to come into this country?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
What does that have
That's
to do
it.
with what I asked?
What do you mean?
What does that have to do with the
What do you mean?
Constitution?
So what's the illegal way to come into this country? Can you name some examples?
Yeah, hopping the border and not checking in with CBP.
Right. So is there a legal way to coming into this country?
Yeah. Can you tell me the relevance?
So if there's a legal way to coming in this country, what do you think there's a legal way? For you not to do it the illegal way, right?
Sure.
Right. Well, why is there illegal immigrants?
Why is the sky blue?
Exactly. So how do you think we should actually handle these illegals?
I think that we could give them due process, court dates, say, hey, why are you here? Where do you belong? We can give them a chance to prove that they're not illegal or prove that they're not part of a gang like you're accusing them of being.
So you said give them a chance to prove they're not illegal when you stated there's a illegal way to come in through this.
Correct. You would have to
country,
prove
right?
that they did that, right?
No, they would have to prove to me they didn't come illegally.
Okay, and when do they
I
get
don't have to prove to them they came illegally. It's
I
not
know.
vice versa.
When would they be able to do that? When do they get to do that?
I mean, if they came in illegally, I don't think they should deserve a due process.
Well, that you can't prove that they came in illegally without due process.
No, I don't have to prove that. It's for them to prove that.
Okay, when do they get to prove that?
That they came in illegally?
That they came in legally and not illegally.
But okay, no, it's a dumb question what you're asking me.
Wait,
So,
innocent until proven guilty,
I
right?
just asked you if there's an illegal way to come through this border, right? Is there any legal way to come through this border?
I think you're fundamentally missing the question. So
No, but I don't think you
hold
get
on.
it.
Let me
Why
let's
do I
restart.
need
Let's
somebody to
restart. Let's
prove me
restart.
They came in illegally when they came
Let's
in
restart.
illegally.
I'm Trump. I've got the fucking toupee and everything. I'm gonna go around and I point at someone. Let's say I point at you, and I say, hey, I like your accent. You're an illegal citizen and you're in a gang, straight to prison for the rest of your life. What would you say would be fair for someone like you to not
What do
go
you
to
mean
prison?
illegal? If I was illegal?
Yeah, no, I just say you're illegal. You're illegal. You're going straight to CCOT.
Well, I mean, those are scenarios, honestly, you're making up.
Well, these are things that happened. But
yeah,
so yeah,
everything
like
happens. These are scenarios.
Yeah, these are things that happen. So
These are scenarios.
In what point in time do you think you should be able to present your case that you're not in a gang and you're not an illegal immigrant?
What do you mean? So you're stating that U.S. citizens are getting deported?
No, I'm saying people who are not here illegally or have deportation, they have notices to not go back to the country where Trump sent them.
So are any U.S. citizens getting deported now?
They've been detained, and yes, some are. Yes, some parents of children.
So you're stating that U.S. citizens are getting deported?
Yes, even children with cancer. Yeah.
All right. So let's get to the children thing, right? So I have a question for you. I don't want to go back and forth with you. So let's say I came to this country legally with my husband, right? Or my wife, whatever you want to call it. So, and we came both illegally, right? And we had a kid in this country. Do you think that I have the right to automatically be a citizen because I had a kid in this country?
Nobody's wanting y'all to be a citizen. No, those people to be citizens. No, nobody. I mean, I would love them to.
So
to
what
have
do you
a
think we
pathway.
should do with those?
No one's claiming. I think we should give them a court date and adjudicate them in whatever direction we think is right. I don't think we should let some man who paints his face orange send them to prison for the rest of their life with no court hearing.
No. You're not making any sense. My question is simple. If I came with my couple to this country illegally and I had a kid with my couple, right? And that kid is already a U.S. citizen. Do you think me as a parent should get deported because I came in illegally?
This is not what I'm debating. I'm debating whether you should have.
I mean,
due process.
you mentioned these kids.
I'm
kids.
saying
Okay, so
due
when you
process.
mention kids,
Do you have a problem with
they
due
gotta
process?
stay with their parents, right?
You're
They
talking
choose to
about
stay-
children. I want to talk about due process.
No,
Due
you just
process.
stated children, so we're
You
talking
did.
about children.
You asked me if American citizens are being deported,
why are you
and the
running
answer
away
is
from
yes.
this question?
You're running away from the scenario I gave you, which was before all of that.
It's a scenario. I'm not even gonna talk about it.
I'm
'cause
trying
it's
to
a
help.
Scenario.
I'm trying to help
It's
you.
not
I'm
real
trying to help you
life.
learn, and it is real life. It happens.
Off a scenario.
I'm trying to help you learn. Yes, it's a real life thing that happens.
You're making me learn of something that hasn't happened.
It
or
has
it's not
happened. I just said it happened.
So it happens to U.S. citizens. You're telling me they deport U.S. citizens?
Yes.
All right. So you're telling me they deport over 18 over U.S. citizens. That's what you're saying?
Oh, now they have to be adults?
Yeah.
Why?
Are you stating? Well, okay. So like I said, this comes back to the kid, which you don't want to talk about and you're running away from.
You're talking about due process and constitutional rights. You want to talk about?
Let me talk, dude. You don't let people talk when you get nervous, bro.
Go ahead.
I've seen you.
Go ahead.
I've seen you before.
Go ahead.
So if let's say I'm a U.S. citizen, right, and I'm a 12-year-old kid, but my parents are illegal completely. They came in illegally. You had me here, right? All right, and now they're about to deport my parents, right? They asked the parents, hey, do you want to keep the...
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $40 for the kick. Deportation, no due process, sir. That's what you just got. See what it feels like? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, are you
hello.
a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
I actually have a question for you, if that's all right. What rights have I lost as a woman? Because earlier you had said that women are losing their rights.
Yeah, the right to abortion.
That shouldn't be a right, personally. I believe that if you're going to be having sex, that you should be using protection, and if you do not want to have a baby, you should not be having sex. If you are underage and you are too young to be having a baby, you should not be having sex in general. The only cases that it should be available, and do not, please, 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 do not lean on us victims who are like, but what about cases in rape and incest? That is such a small percentage. So
All right, you're steamrolling. I got you.
What was that?
You're steamrolling. Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, the failure rate of condoms What is it?
What do you mean?
What's the failure rate of condoms?
It doesn't have to be condoms. I'm not asking about condoms.
Okay.
I'm saying
What's the
all
failure rate of
sex.
what percent of all abortions are due to failed contraception?
From what I learned in high school and what they taught us, it was 70% safety.
70% of all abortions are due to failed contraception.
No, you asked
You're
how
close.
much.
It's about 60.
Well, that's what they had taught us when I was in high school.
Okay, so if you have sex every day of the year, you'd be pregnant 3 times over.
What do you mean?
Even if it's just a 1% failure rate, if I have sex every day of the year, I would have someone pregnant 3 times that year.
Yes, but absolutely. But as your responsibility, it is your responsibility to keep yourself safe. And if you do not want to have a baby, you should not be having sex.
Abstinence has never worked. Abstinence, in fact, in red states, specifically the Bible Belt, abstinence is something that has done nothing but increase the teenage pregnancy rate.
Yeah, I would know, believe me. I had a girl who was 15 years old in my cosmetology class when I was trying to get my hairdressing license. She had 3 abortions at the age of 15.
Okay.
If you do not want to have a baby, you should not be having sex.
Well, that doesn't work though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't not have sex, but that is.
Yeah, we've tried that. We have multiple years of data that shows that saying that to people doesn't do anything, and we've tried that. That doesn't work.
Compared to have a kid, because killing a kid because you don't want the responsibility of you having procreation is really screwed up.
No, it's because
wait, please let me speak real quick. My mother was raised very Catholic. My grandmother is very against abortion, but my mother was also only 25 and unmarried. In our family, it was really looked down upon, and I was considered a sin. My mom had me, and I am so thankful that she did have me, because she was planning on aborting me, and I would not be here today.
Well, I'm also a child of a parent who had an abortion, and I'm very grateful she did, because I already have 3 brothers, and we would have been in far more harsh circumstances having had another child as a single mother. That would have been real bad.
Well, I mean, you can always make things work. There's always things that can help, that you can do to help things, and killing a kid should not be the cost.
We also don't consider it a child. So if a fetus does not equal, well, then that's your own superstitious belief, and you should keep that to yourself.
It's not superstitious. It is a child. When the sperm implants into the egg, that creates a child. It fertilizes the egg.
Wonderful. May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
How many times do we miscarry without even knowing we miscarry because the embryo simply doesn't stick to the uterine lining?
We've never had a miscarriage.
You don't know that. A lot of people who have a uterus actually have no idea that they haven't.
I do know that because I'm actually
Because you're actually a what?
fertile.
Okay, great for you. I'm talking about the majority of humans with a uterus.
That is not
great. The majority of humans with a uterus, and your inability to have children. Hold on, Meredith. Your inability to have children does not mean that every single other person with a uterus who can is
People
obligated
like me
to.
can have those kids. I would love that.
Great.
Kid.
So go to the foster care right now and go get a child that needs a home.
I'm 19. I'm not gonna go get a kid.
Okay. So then why are you telling people like me? I'm 32. I have 2 children who are both disabled.
Oh, God bless
if I
them.
had another kid and I was high risk, or I had a chance of not being here, damn straight I'm gonna abort that kid to be here with my children I already have.
You acknowledge that it's a kid.
I don't care. I have ones that are earth side. I don't care. Yes, to me, because I was planning my children when I had them, when I got that positive pregnancy test, yes, to me, that was my child already. That's not my idea is not everybody's, and I don't get to say what anyone else does. It's amazing to me that at 19 you're deciding what other adults, or even other teens are going to be doing with their body. Do you understand?
No, I'm not saying that I'm disputing.
No.
I'm not just saying that. That is my personal belief, and I do understand.
Great.
Down to me.
So why are you trying to push it on others?
I am not. I had asked him what rights I had lost as a woman. He said abortion.
Right. Okay. So we have lost the right to bodily autonomy because there is a woman. Because there is a woman right now Because there's a woman right now in Georgia in a hospital bed who is brain unalived, being used as an incubator, and her family had no option.
That is not in the
had no
US, though.
option.
That is
She was
very
9 weeks.
That is not in the
She
US.
was.
That
I'm
is in
not
Georgia.
done, Meredith.
I was
she
not
was
either.
9 weeks pregnant, which means barely into the first trimester, and they are keeping her on life support even though she is no longer here to be an incubator for that baby. Oh, that's super depressing, Faithful. Thank you for telling me. They're gone today.
You missed the part where I said I support it in cases of rape, incest, and health.
Great. So why are you said, I'm assuming this is one
I'm
of the
talking
reasons
about
that,
people who sit there and consensually have sex. Girls my age.
okay, I've been married for 10 years. I've been married to the same person for 10 years. We don't want another kid right now. Should I not be intimate with my husband because we don't want another kid right now? No, but if you don't want another kid,
you could get cleansed. You one of you guys.
No, because I eventually do want another one, just not right now.
You just said you don't want any more kids.
Right now.
Well, you did not say that the first time. The first time you're now saying that. So you should.
Great. So I don't want any more right now. So if I got pregnant right now, I know we can't take care of that baby, but I've been married for 10 years, so I should just not be intimate with my partner since we don't want kids right now?
That is not what I said.
Yeah, it is.
No, you're taking it the wrong way.
How?
I do understand shit. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. I do very much so understand.
You understand? Do you understand what it's like to have constant sciatic nerve pain in your back because you never fully recovered from pregnancy? How about the part where, like, my back locks and I can't move because of the things that happen in my pregnancy? I've been cut open twice to bring both of my children into this planet because both of my pregnancies were high risk. And those nerve endings never grew back properly. So I am in pain every day of my life. Because I chose to have my children, but you want people to go through the pain that I chose to go through. I chose that. You want people to do it regardless of if they make that choice.
So did my stepmother. My stepmother, Yari, she has brain damage, and she has to get week for it.
So you want people to go through that even when they say they don't want to? They don't want to carry the pregnancy. You want them to do it anyway.
That if it's gonna save a kid's life, I know it's harsh, but like
I don't give a damn about the potential. I'm talking about the person that is here now, alive and breathing, working, taking care of a family. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that kid's also their family biologically.
I don't give a single fuck about the embryo, Meredith. These are living, breathing, walking humans who already have a family.
I'm here to debate him, not you. We're not getting anywhere.
I don't care. Right? Does Pickles has?
Well, that's the issue. You don't care. I'm trying. We're both.
Does Pickles have a uterus? There's a reason that he let me up. Does Pickles have a uterus?
Pickles?
That's my name.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were. I didn't understand what you meant for a second. And it doesn't matter. Men should be able to have like a discussion too. I had asked him what rights I had lost, and that's the right he had said.
We've lost the right to bodily autonomy because we are being used as incubators. We are being told that we must have children whether we want them or not. We are being told we must have children whether we want them or not. We are being told that our medical rights do not matter. And we have OBGYNs fleeing red states because they cannot do their job without facing imprisonment, and they're having to either choose between watching their patients lose their life or leaving the area where they can't perform their job.
To shine the Genevieve Conscious Declaration, declaring that there is no international right to abortion and committing to protect women's health.
Forced pregnancy is a war crime. Forced pregnancy is a crime against humanity. Forcing someone to carry a pregnancy is a crime against humanity.
It's not illegal anywhere else.
It is a crime against humanity globally. Globally.
Where is that stated, though?
I mean, I can pull it up for you. Oh, and
I'm not saying it's
the WHO says that WHO says abortion is a human right.
I don't agree with it. I personally do not agree with it. That is my personal opinion. If someone goes and gets an abortion, that is completely up to them. I do not have to agree with it, though. I can respect them as a human being, but I do not need to.
Then carry that to the ballot box, okay? Stop telling people what to do. What if somebody you know that this should be an ongoing consent?
To do real quick, because I didn't tell anyone what to do.
I live in Texas. Do you know what the law is here in Texas?
I do not. I live in Pennsylvania.
Well, good for you. In Texas, if you're raped, guess what? You have a $10,000 bounty on your head or on anybody's head that knows you're about to go get an abortion.
Okay. I don't know what you expect me to say to that.
Oh,
That's
no,
the right.
that's
That's the right
They
women
shouldn't
lost
be
here.
hunted because they were raped. That's what you should say. You unempathetic psychopath.
Oh, I was raped, so do not call me that. I am leaving. That's so
I was also
fucked up.
raped, and it is absolutely disgusting to me that you can sit here and go, oh, well, that's happening to them. Okay, bye.
Also, it's really important to me that she understands that Georgia is in the United States. She kept saying that's not in the United States, and it just Georgia is literally a state, and that's killing me, man. I was cracking up in the comments.
Guys, we need to relax and just watch me pour this Chemex pour over. All right. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Kit. Thank you, Doc. How are y'all doing today?
Thank you, Pickles.
I'm doing good.
My blood pressure went up a little bit there.
Came up. Yeah. I was gonna I'm already here, but I was gonna bring up the fact that they took away the EMTALA protections for it recently. EMTALA being emergency medical treatment. And that is just a travesty because, of course, these people always jump to, well, emergencies should be a thing. Well, that's not what your party's saying, though, because now they're making it not a thing in emergencies federally. So,
but we're fine,
yeah.
right? We're okay. We totally have equal rights across the board. Everything's cool. The house is not on fire.
She didn't even argue that right wasn't lost, which was her whole point, and she just didn't agree that should be a right.
Yeah,
which is why it was
her
lost.
whole thing was an ought to be argument.
Yeah.
Well, it ought to be different anyways. Well, I don't care how you feel. I need you to tell me how things are. But anyways. Well.
Yeah, there is no war in Bossing Say.
There is no war in Bossing Say.
Yeah.
Dude, I love Avatar. I got an Appa tattoo on my arm.
Me too. Nice. I'm gonna get a turtle duck.
All right,
man.
Guys, we're losing steam. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming up. I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Thank you, Pickles.
Okay. Hey, Pickles, real quick. Can I tell you something that maybe make you laugh? Do you know what germ theory is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that RFK does not believe in germ theory? And I am not making this up. This is something he put in one of his mini books that he has written. He believes in a mix of, and I'm not kidding, miasma theory and terrain theory. That diseases happen because the bad juju accumulates and causes the diseases. And I wish I was joking, but look up miasma and terrain theory, and he believes in essentially a blend of the two. Straight craziness. Anyways, you can drop me down.
All right, bro. Fuck my life. Fuck my goddamn life. What's up, Artie? Hello. What's up, chat? Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, come and debate me. Come tell me why you like Trump. Hello? Melanie?
Oops, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 150K. Happy Tuesday, y'all. Happy Tuesday. Hope everybody's doing good. And where are you? Two Sparrows. Are you? Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. Yellow?
Hi.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not. He's an adjudicated rapist. Bye.
Bye. Love that. Crazy that somebody was a victim of that would come up and advocate for him and advocate against women who are also victims of that to have access to the health care necessary to undo that harm. Yellow.
Hello? Wait, I'm not ready yet. Can you like add me in like a few minutes? I'm getting like my stuff ready.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, yes.
Okay. Yeah, come back when you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right,
And I'm
good.
not trying to like start anything.
Oh. Okay, bye. Yeah. Also sound kind of young. Let me finish making my coffee, y'all. 1 sec. Yeetus. Where is she? Yeetus thy fetus. I wish I had like an AI effect that did something. This is one of the Universal Studio ones. I wonder what technology they use that recognize the wands in the park. How is Dune? It's so good. It's infrared. I would assume, yeah, there's this like little bubble right here. Maybe it's some sort of reflector inside of it. Faithfully with the galaxy, thank you so much. Don't scratch it, it won't ever work again. I've had it for years. I think I've had it since 2021. Oh my god, Jerry. Yeah, ask her. That's fucking sick. What a sick job. They'll fix it for you if you mess it up. Am I in politics as a job? This is what I do for work. So in a sense, I guess, but not in an official capacity. It's RFID, not infrared. That sounds right, Ohio. That sounds right. Spaghetti meatballs is on the menu. How about you? I'm going to cook some curry for lunch. Hello?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I'm not going to say I necessarily like Trump, but I am going to say I think he's like the better candidate over Kamala, and that would be my reason for voting for him.
All right. In what ways do you think he's better?
I think that he is better for Homeland Security, and I would say that's like probably what I support most out of any candidate.
We keep losing you in and out. Your microphone. There you are. Okay, I'll.
Is that better?
Yeah, I'll debate you on that. So, I would say his unprecedented attempt at getting his entire cabinet pushed through without doing like FBI background checks is just a complete hogwash of national security. Also, allowing his Department of Defense to use unofficial, unsecured channels as a means of communication with classified information through Signal is a complete joke of national security. I think him using Tulsi Gabbard and somebody who is like a well-known Russian puppet, Putin sympathizer, um, weirdo is completely antithetical to national security. I also think that his blatant disregard for federal courts judges, Supreme Court's judges, is also an issue of national security, and I can go on for days, I think. What do you say?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I kind of agree with you on that. But what I'm talking about more security wise is for like us as the people, like making sure that our home stays secure, like that America stays secure, not just like who he's talking to or how they're communicating.
Well, that's part of
Such
it, right?
as, I mean, kind of, yeah. But I'm talking such as like having a decent relationship with Russia and going and meeting and negotiating a lot better deals than Kamala did, considering she was the one that was
Can you
trying
tell
to
me?
negotiate Russia and Ukraine not to go to war
Can you tell me what negotiation he's completed with them?
with Putin.
Yeah.
Considering that we're no longer enemies, we're now neutral. I would say that that's pretty good.
That doesn't do anything
Since
for
Russia's
us.
the global superpower.
No, they're not.
How are they not?
Their military budget is like 65 billion a year. They're a pathetic piece of shit.
That's very interesting of you to say. I don't think that that's true. I mean, their budget may be true, but like considering they have nukes, like way more than any other country.
Yeah, but I mean, I
That
think
would
we
be
were
how.
safer. I think we were safer when we were in good terms with all of our allies, rather than like the one bad guy on the world stage. I think we were safer having military presence throughout Europe and Africa and in Asia. I think we were much safer in that sense than now being abandoned and exiled on the world stage. Having all of NATO and the EU having like security and defense meetings without us, doing 10-year budgets without implementing purchasing defense weapons from the United States for the first time in recent history. We were absolutely weaker. Like if something were to happen to us, we would be more vulnerable on the world stage than ever before.
That's true, but but anybody that would go for us won't anymore, other than maybe North Korea and I'm sorry, is it Iran that we're going after that?
They absolutely so wars aren't fought merely through missiles and guns and
Yeah, but those are the most deadly means of war, is what I'm saying. That's what
I would argue that they're now fought like Russia does soft war, so like intelligence wars. So for instance, I would say that most of MAGA is completely victimized. They're victims of like pro-Putin propaganda. So like you, for instance, thinking that Putin is a world power, superpower, is probably by no accident. It's no coincidence that also Putin has been doing nonstop cyber security strikes on us since the beginning of time, since the Cold War. And Trump, for the first time ever, has stopped all offensive cybersecurity measures against Russia in general, period. Like we are weaker than ever. We're basically, we have also accounts of Russia coming in and hacking things like our social security information. They got some sort of download of like multiple terabytes in one instance already in the first 100 days of the Trump administration. I think that is more of a risk than thinking like they're going to come for us militarily. I think that him being able to manipulate our politics to a degree that maybe you don't have the same human rights as you did, and you're probably going to lose your ability to vote for a leader here in the next few years. I think that's more of a concern than him hitting us with a bomb.
So how would we lose our ability to vote?
I would say Trump consolidating power and using the like fascist or authoritarian playbook that he got from Viktor Orban or Bukele or from Putin to stay in power forever is probably, it is pretty likely.
So you think that Trump has a way to stay in power forever?
Yeah.
How?
Say, for instance, he's already doing this to a degree, but he's saying, for instance, we're under war, we're under an invasion, so I'm going to invoke all these wartime laws that you can't invoke unless there's war. And for instance, Bukele has been doing this, Bibi Netanyahu's been doing, all these are best friends with Trump. Like you can tell they probably exchange notes on how to stay in power. And
Mhm.
for instance, the attack on Iran is something that Bibi Netanyahu is using to stay in power. If you stay in wartime conflict, there's not going to be another election until that's over. So that's probably what Trump's going to do. He's saying we're invaded right now, even though there's probably roughly like our immigrant population has gone from 11 million to like 11.5 or something. But there's an invasion, so now he gets to use invasion wartime law and do some crazy shit
But
and
we're
subvert
not
the law.
even. We're not a part of that though.
No, Trump
He-
is doing that. Trump is using wartime law to do the things
So
he's doing right now.
I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. You're saying that Trump is going to join this war and then impose wartime law?
He's already using wartime law right now before all of
How?
this.
Is he like what? How?
The Alien Enemies Act of 1798, he's invoking that, saying we're under invasion, we're under war. And it gives him the ability to deport people without any due process. That's one example.
Mhm. But how is that have him staying in power is what I'm asking.
That's just one example. He's going to be using multitudes of that. This is only 100 days in, so I'm sure towards the end of his administration, he'll be doing things much more of a to degree. Like he's following Project 2025 to a T, and towards the end of that, I just don't think there's any room for us to elect somebody other than him or one of his buddies. Yeah, people say that he might invoke the Insurrection Act to do martial law, so we don't have elections, et cetera, et cetera. He's using the federal, like the National Guard, to overstep states' rights to defend themselves, and saying, hey, you guys are out of line. We're gonna have to do this for you. That's one instance.
See, well, I understand you're saying this, but didn't Obama do the same thing with like many more immigrants? Like multiple?
No, he deported people using expedited removal. That is within the law. Biden did that too. Everybody's done that since Obama, since Clinton.
No, Obama did it at like record numbers that
Yeah.
Trump hasn't even made a scratch on.
Exactly. And if you wanted people to be deported lawfully and with due process, you would vote for Democrats. But Trump is trying to subvert the law and say, hey, you don't get due process because I'm going to say you're a gang member and we're going to send you to prison for the rest of your life. Can you name another president that's done that?
That's done what? I'm sorry.
Sending people to prison for the rest of their lives
For
being here unlawfully, quote unquote.
I mean, no, but I can name multiple other countries.
Okay, but Trump's the first one here doing that, right?
Yeah, but they would have to be convicted of something to go to jail.
That's not true. Trump
That just
I mean,
is.
that is the law, but Trump's not doing that. He's invoking invasion and wartime law to
He's
subvert
not putting
that.
them. He's not putting them in prison without due process. He's deporting them
That's
without due
incorrect.
process.
He's putting them in prison in El Salvador without any due process for the rest of their lives.
In El Salvador,
Yes.
which is not in America.
Yeah, okay. Auschwitz wasn't in Germany.
But Germany had power over that.
And we're paying them $6 million to do us a solid.
$6 million is nothing for a country.
Apparently it's enough for them to take those prisoners.
I don't really see that.
Do you think we should send people to prison, whether it be here or outside of our country, with no due process for the rest of their lives?
No, but I think if they are proven to not be citizens and they are aliens here, then they should be subject to whatever punishment we give them.
To whatever punishment we give them with no due process?
No, if they're proven to not be a citizen here and they came here illegally, they should have whatever punishment we give them.
Okay, the punishment is $250 max. $50 to $250. That's the punishment, not life in prison.
And deportation.
Okay, and deportation does not involve prison for the rest of your life.
Correct. I'm still just not understanding what you're saying.
I'll use pictures. You see this prison?
Yeah.
This is where Trump is sending them with no due process. He's just saying, you're an MS-13. They don't go before a judge. They don't get to prove that they aren't. They go, you're an MS-13, straight to prison rest of your life. When they get there, no judge, no jury, nothing, no phone call, no lawyer, no family phone call. You're there, right there with these guys, and then you're just cooked. You're done. You're stuck. That's why nobody is coming to our border right now. That's what you're an advocate of.
Okay. And how are these people being found?
People being arrested outside of courthouses, attending their court cases. People are being arrested from their place of work. 70% of them have no crimes in either country.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's true, that sucks. Like,
yeah, that's why
I
we're
would agree
going
with you
crazy.
there.
That's why we're rioting. That's why we're protesting. That's why.
Okay, that's understandable. I mean, I guess I don't know what to say now. I guess if that's the truth, then yeah.
All right. Is there
I've
anything
just
else,
never
Nate?
even heard of this El Salvador stuff.
Yeah. Is there
Well, yeah.
anything else you want to talk about?
I mean, I guess not.
All right. I hope you have a good day, dude.
Yeah, you too. Fair enough.
All right.
See ya.
Chat, tap the screen. Let's hit the 150K. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Someone in YouTube called me Daniel Larson. Go frick yourself, dude.
Yo.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
What do you like about Trump?
He's just a great guy. He's great for America. Cause like, are you a Kamala supporter?
Kamala, yeah.
Okay, what has she done to prove her fucking trust into the U.S.?
Her whole
What
career
has
has
she
been
done?
her whole career has been, her client has been the people of the United States or the people of New York.
She hasn't had a
California.
career. She
California.
hasn't had a career.
She's
What
had
career has she had?
27 years of serving our government.
When? What did she do in the government? What did she work on in the government? What does she do to gain your trust?
She's been a prosecutor. She's been let's look it up.
You have to look it up. Okay.
Yeah. I actually used to have her where'd she go? I used to have her
Guess what though? She didn't care about marijuana prosecution, so like, she's not that good of a person.
What do you mean she didn't care about it? She was a district attorney, a senator. Yeah, she was.
He didn't enforce the fucking marijuana prosecution.
Why do you care about that? What's so bad about marijuana?
Nothing. It's just, I'm just stating facts.
I forgot she was also attorney general. I don't know what you're saying, dude.
All right, so like, what did Kamala do to gain your trust? Specifically, your trust. Wow, you're speechless, aren't you? That's crazy. All right, bye.
She ran a game show. That's what she did. Yeah, summertime for the kids, I guess so. Guys, I completely brain farted on. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. She bankrupted casinos. Yeah. Am I still rock climbing? I'm not. I'm not. I need to go to the gym. I need to go to the gym. I'm getting the dad bod. I can name her accomplishments from college, Sean. I used to be able to. My brain's not good right now. It's from all that curry. Yeah. Do home workout. Gyms are gross. Has anyone from MAGA over won a debate? No. Hello?
Hi.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Okay, so I'm South African, and the things he's doing for the white farmers in South Africa for the white genocide and all that, love it. He's saving people from Africa and bringing them over to the States.
All 8 people?
8 people, there were like 49 that were saved so far.
No, I'm saying that 8 people were murdered last year that were white farmers. Majority of murders were actually not white.
In South Africa.
Yeah.
Dude, I live there. There literally every single day there's people dying.
Can you show me where to find those facts on the internet? I have my PC right here. Show me where to find that right now.
Okay, go search. How many white farmers die in South Africa every day?
The number is going to be 8 last year.
Every day.
Farm murders in general between October 2023 and September 2024, there were a total of 447 murders on farms in South Africa, which equates to 1.22 per day, but that doesn't mean that they're all white. So let's see how many were white. They don't actually, the statistics do not have the race of the victims, but there's a lot of farm help that work on farm that are not white.
Yeah, and they kill the farmers that own the farm.
The number's 8. I'll show you. So unless you actually have like some good statistics on this is the only thing I've found. Fact-checking Trump's claims, white farmer, white genocide. President John recently allowed 59 white African farmers to resettle in the U.S. A reporter asked May 12th, he created an expedited path for Afrikaners because they're being killed. We don't want to see people being killed, but it's a genocide. They're talking about people being genocided. 400 deaths is definitely not a genocide. We had 40,000 deaths here last year, so you'd say there's a genocide here if you think that's the case. South African government criticized Trump's February 7th executive order allowing Afrikaners to resettle. Let's see. White farmers have been murdered in South Africa, but those murders account for less than 1% of more than 27,000 annual murders nationwide. I think she ran. 1%. So if 1% of the murders are white, is that a genocide? Are they being targeted specifically for their race? No. The number is 8 though for last year. So there were about 50 farm murders per year. Yeah, there's no evidence of it. Hello.
Hello.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Secure borders and putting MS-13 gang members in prison.
Do you think we should be putting people in prison just for being part of a gang?
Yes. Keeping the streets clean.
When did we start doing that?
What?
Clean.
What'd you say?
When did we start doing that? Why didn't we do that to any of the other gangs?
Why are they coming over to our country with their gangs in the first place?
MS-13 started in LA in 1980.
This is our land, so they came over in 1930 when U.S. citizens already lived there.
Are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Also, they're literally people that are here. It started here. It's a domestic gang.
Do you know what the immigrants are doing when they come over?
What are they doing?
They're raping young children, and they are rioting in LA and breaking
Can you say
into...
TikTok friendly? Can you say TikTok friendly language? Grape.
And they are throwing rocks at police vehicles and breaking into small businesses.
Okay. How many grapes do you think have happened year over year by undocumented?
Quite a few.
Okay. What if I told you that they commit grape at a rate 1/3 that of a U.S. citizen?
If they want to grape, then they can keep that in their own country instead of coming over here.
I think that if they commit grape at a rate of 1/3, we should have more of them here so that there are less people graped.
Tell me why large percent of pedophiles are Mexican.
You would have to substantiate that. They're mostly Republican, actually.
No, they're not.
Can you tell me where to find that statistic?
Just look up percentile.
Here you
You'll
go.
find it.
This is sex crimes involving children. And here's the graph. And look at this. See this big red part? That's Republican. You see this blue part? That's Democrat. We don't have race involved, but we do have religious. So religious people, 846 of them over the last year were religious. We have only one drag queen and 5 trans people, but most of them people from your side of the spectrum, not Hispanic, not Democrats, not LGBTQ.
What source is this?
I just said it's whoismakingthenews.com.
Oh, .com. That's not credible.
Okay, what does it need to be?
.gov.
So when I show you the FBI statistics that Hispanics, immigrants commit crime at a rate 1/3 less than the U.S. citizen, than a white U.S. natural-born citizen, you're going to admit you're wrong?
Once you can show me a credible source with information.
Okay, you're just going to have to prove to me that your claim is right, because that's the statistics. That's from the FBI. You're just kind of shooting from the hip there, bub.
A .com source is not credible, so why are you using this source to give me information?
Okay, just tell me, you're going to have to substantiate your claim that they are inherently more sexually abusive.
Well, there's been several instances where they have came over here and they have raped children. So why should I believe?
Okay, those are isolated incidents, right? So we'd have to look at the numbers. I have a ton of friends that are migrants as well, and they are in fact not doing that. So who's right? We'd have to look at the data, right?
I have looked at the data.
Where do I find this?
Let me look. %32% of
32%.
people coming over here are raping children, and
That's a lie. That's not true.
yes, it is.
Where do I
just
find that?
checked.
Where do I find that?
That is rapinginstances.gov.
Hello.
That wasn't a real stat, no?
No.
Okay, but my question is, if you're pulling from undocumented documentation, like on these individuals, like how do we calculate that? And also, you have to factor in per capita, right? Because you can say white Americans make up this statistic, but white
It's already per
Americans
capita.
are 60% of the population.
Yeah.
Right?
We already included the per
So
capita.
of course they commit more of that crime, right?
No, you're
Wouldn't that
talking
make
about.
sense?
I'm not talking about numerical. I'm talking about statistically. They are 1/3 less likely. If in a room with one undocumented migrant and one American, you're 3 times more likely to be sexually abused by the citizen 3 times over.
Repeat that part.
You are likely to be. Hold on. You're likely to be raped by that person 3 times over.
Wouldn't that be because they're 3 times the population?
No, I said in a room with one of each.
Well, yeah, that would be okay. So, if
here's the crime statistics.
how many undocumented illegal immigrants are in America? What is it? Roughly 50 million?
No, it's 12 million.
12 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the
So
other
12
statistics.
million versus.
Here's the statistics. So 12 million. We're gonna say sexual
people are
offenses. Last year, 221 sexual offenses done by undocumented migrants out of the 12 million present. That's That's the safest population on planet Earth.
Well, wait. Let's see what your math. Because so what is 63.44% of the total population in America?
You're just okay. Let's start with the numbers. Let's do this. Let's do this all over again. I'm gonna write this down. We've got 12 million.
This is an easy equation. I can do this.
No, you're starting backwards. We got 12 million migrants, 221 crimes, and then we've got.
Wait, is this also, are these crimes just all just sex-related crimes or like children-related crimes?
No, this is just sex-related. If you want to go to children, it's even fewer.
Okay, I was just asking what your stipulation was.
Okay.
63%. 63%. Right.
347 million.
Of 347. 000 is boom. The answer is 218 million people. So that's 218 million compared to what you said was 12 million.
You're just talking about white people. Why are you using 60%?
Well, because it is 63%. I was
Okay,
giving you the exact
why would we
number
just
of-
only use
of
white
people
people?
versus
We
well,
have all
'cause you were
sorts of
talking-
U.S. citizens that aren't white.
Yeah, but you were comparing white people's likelihood.
Okay, that was
of-
just a caveat. We'll just say all people in the United States that are
No,
that
I
are
was-
U.S. citizens.
I was trying to get the start of it first, right?
I
The
mean, I
total
would love
population-
for you. I
you
mean, we
brought up
could.
the total population of
It's gonna
migrants.
be-
I'm giving you
it's-
the total population of white people in America.
Okay, and now tell me the total amount of white people that cause crime. Do we even track that?
Well, you said you had a percentage for white people.
Okay.
And,
Okay,
and Mex
let me
So I was gonna use
re-clarify.
I was going to use the 218 million.
Okay, and then tell me what their crime statistics are. Can you tell me that?
Well, I'm asking you for the percentage so I can calculate that for you.
You're not going to be able to get the percentage of their crimes based off the total
Based on their
number of crimes
population.
done and then using 60%. That's not how that works.
Okay, what number should I use?
You're not going to be able to find it.
Okay, so I can't find the number.
No, but the U.S. citizens do crime at a rate 3 times higher than undocumented migrants.
U.S. citizens are the majority of the population.
No, I'm talking about person to person. Dog.
Yes, I don't doubt it. No one's is someone trying to make the argument that undocumented immigrants create more crime than natural born citizens? Who's saying that? That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
You're just mischaracterizing the number.
I am not mischaracterizing the number. I am saying one undocumented migrant creates 3 times less crime than one citizen. Fuck.
You think that's because there's only like, what did you say, 12
You
million?
keep going to the volume. No, stop.
Don't you think the
one
volume's
person to
important?
one person.
Yeah. Okay. One person to one person?
Yes.
What do you think that is?
Because they're here and they're flying under the radar. If they get contacted by law enforcement, deported. So it's like if they get caught stealing a stick of gum, deported. That's why they don't want to do anything wrong.
So should we deport no one?
Where did you get that?
I'm just asking.
Biden deported more than anybody.
Where do you draw the line on like what's an appropriate deportation?
Just follow every law. Follow every law to deport
So
people.
if they break any law, they should be deported?
No, I'm saying we, the government, the people, should follow every single law when deporting these people and give them due process.
So you think people that are here illegally need due process with like a schmurder charge?
Yes. Especially a murder charge. Yes.
Why wouldn't you just send them on their way? Let their
Why the
government deal with
fuck? How the fuck do you determine someone's guilty of murder
Because they're
without
not
process?
here legally in the first place. Why would they deserve due process? They're
Because
here illegally.
you can't tell me that you can't convince anybody that someone's a murderer without a fucking court hearing and a chance to defend themselves. And it says that in the Constitution. And if you're
Because
a
what if they're
patriot,
convicted?
okay, that's due
Then
process,
deport
bro.
them?
That's due
Then
process. If
deport them?
you
Then
can't
deport them?
yes,
Okay.
that's due process.
So what percent should we deport based off your crime statistics? Like
Every
this involves all-
100 of all people that do a violent crime, especially deported.
Okay, that's a lot. It's a pretty good.
We
amount.
already do that.
No, I know, but I'm saying that's a pretty. That's not just your.
It's not a lot. It's literally 29
not-
people.
well, I
Last
mean,
year, if you
factor
murdered
in-
last year, 29 people were murdered by undocumented migrants out of 13 million, out of 12 million. That's literally the small statistic and demographic of murders that have happened in the United States.
Where'd you pull that from? Wait. Don't just do actual murder. Like do all violent crime.
Okay, then
All
1,000.
violent.
Okay, it's all right
Every
here.
bit of
It's all right here. This is from customsborderprotection.gov. If you like .gov so much, 29 people were murdered
That was the
last year.
guy.
Okay, 2024, 29 people. All right. If you want to add assault, battery, domestic violence, 1,084 out of 12 million. It's the safest demographic of people ever.
Wait. What about the Smex crimes too?
221. So we're still under 2,000 as a total.
Okay, what other things on the what about illegal possession and distributing?
Listen, this is backwards, all right? This is what you're doing. You're trying to find a way to make them bad when you don't even know, you don't even know if they're bad. You have no idea how bad and inherently criminal they are, and the fact is they're not. You're just trying to figure out how to make them bad. You see how backwards this is?
That's not true. I was asking you questions. I was asking
exactly.
you
You're
questions
fishing for ways. You're fishing for statistics to make your own case.
I was just wondering how big the total number was.
Yeah.
So
well, there you go. Now you know it's literally nothing. It's literally the smallest.
How many people that you want deported?
Okay, this has nothing to do with how many people I want deported. If you are convicted of a crime, you should either A, serve your time here and then deported, or deported immediately. Nobody's arguing against that.
Okay, so what's the problem with the process going on right now?
Trump is sending them to prison for the rest of their life with no due process, with no crimes in either country.
For the rest of their lives?
Yes. How do you not know this?
All of these immigrants are getting sent to prison for the rest of their lives?
No, but 70% of a plane of 230 of them have been, and that's why nobody's coming to the border.
Where are they imprisoned? In our prisons?
No, in CCOT.
Oh, you're talking about that big prison. The big fat one.
This one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. 70% of them are going to jail for life?
No, all of them, 100% are going to jail for life. No one gets out of that prison outside of dying.
Where is this place?
It's in El Salvador.
Where did you find that they're all going to jail for life?
Dog, just do a little bit of Googling about CCOT. It's not a place where you go for 10 days or for a few years. It is for the rest of your life for every single one of them. There's no judge, no jury, no phone calls, no lawyers. You're just there.
I was just asking you to substantiate that because that seems
It's what
wild.
it is. It is a prison for terrorists.
So they're just calculating all these people as terrorists and sending them to jail for life?
Yes.
I just find that kind of hard to believe.
That's what Trump said. That's why we're fucking protesting, dude.
No, I understand, but I find that metric hard to believe, that 100% of them are literally going to jail for life.
Okay, prove
So
me
12
wrong.
million people are all going to jail for life.
No, what?
All the immigrants, you said all the immigrants are getting
I'm
sent to jail
asking
for
you
life.
if
all
if
of
you,
them are.
if you
You said
agree.
100%.
That's not what I
That's what you
said.
said.
No, I did not say that.
Good.
I said a plane of 238 of them.
So 200 of them?
Yes.
Okay, what did they do? What did the 200 do?
Some of them had nothing but a tattoo. They had a tattoo that maybe Trump and his goons decide is MS-13. And without a judge adjudicating this and going, yeah, definitely MS-13, even with no crimes, even if you're in a gang and you have no crimes, you shouldn't be sent to jail. That is fucking dumb.
If you're in MS-13? Well,
Correct.
did you factor in any prior convictions?
Yes, none of them have any crimes in either country. 70% of them.
None of them have any prior convictions, and all 200 are going to jail for life?
Yes, 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 yes. Welcome to current day politics. Yes.
Interesting. I just wonder where I can find this information.
You gotta read the news, bud.
I mean, read the news, bud, isn't like a really good response to where I can find the data that you're like shelling out here. You're saying 200 people, no prior convictions, literally did nothing wrong at all going to jail for life. Where do I find that?
Yes. Here.
Everyone's saying literally anywhere. Look it up.
Okay.
Everyone's saying that.
Yes. 70%
If it's everywhere and anywhere,
of people
just looking.
sent to CCOT, no crimes. Here you go. Here's the news. Axios, love Axios. Report most migrants sent to MAGA prison have no apparent criminal record at all. The White House even agreed to this. flown to Texas to a notorious maximum security prison in El Salvador 3 weeks ago, had no apparent criminal record. In the 60-minute and CBS News report sent out Sunday, the lack of evidence of a criminal record is consistent with many other immigrant removals under the Trump administration so far and imposes serious questions over the deportations to El Salvador, as a judge ordered at least one man returned. The migrants were moved after President Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. What a lot of dictators do, they say, hey, we're at war, we're being invaded, so I get to use special laws that circumvent people's rights. And then civil liberties groups have attacked the move since the deportations came with little to no due process, arguing that the United States is not at war and therefore unjustified in its 18th century wartime law.
Where's the life in prison part?
Dog, CCOT? Does CCOT have sentences, or is it for life? What to know about CCOT?
That's NPR. Eek. I don't know about
Okay,
NPR.
show me one time NPR lied. The crown jewel of El Salvador's aggressive anti-crime mega prison, where visitation, recreation, and education is not allowed, became the latest tool in U.S. Donald Trump's crackdown. The arrival of immigrants, blah, 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 blah. Bukele made a Central American country stark, harsh presence for a trademark of his fight against crime. He opened to terrorism, where immigrants were sent over the weekend as a federal judge issued an order temporarily barring them, blah, blah, blah. What is CCOT? Opened a year later. The facility has 8 sprawling pavilions, hold up to 40,000 inmates. Each cell 60 to 70 prisoners. They do not receive visits. They're never allowed outdoors. The prison does not offer workshops or educational programs to prepare them for return to society after their sentences. Occasionally, prisoners who have gained a level of trust from the prison officials give motivational talks. Prisoners sit in rows, quarter outside their cells. The talks are led through exercise regimens under the supervision of guards. Bukele's justice minister said they would never return to their communities. Their justice minister said those held at CCOT would never, ever return to their communities. End of story.
Justice Minister has said those held at CCOT would never return to their communities. So that means they're never getting out?
Correct.
Interesting. It's not good. That's not good. Okay, well, you've proved a point to me. I can concede there. That's not good. Someone said host is wrong. Someone's also saying interesting. I don't know. If that is true, that's very messed up. I would agree.
That's why nobody's coming to our border. Including tourists. Tourists have dipped 11%. We have watchdog organizations across the world pointing at Trump and America saying we're the bad guys now. Do not visit the United States.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're also going to war, which is not good as well. So there's a lot of people that are center left that are turning on Trump. Or more so, I guess, your Dave Smiths of the world. You
mean center right?
Yeah. Because of the Iran situation?
Yeah.
Right?
Storm
It's pretty
Shadax
bad.
super chatted $20. Just passing by. Thank you for doing this breakdown like you did. Keep on keeping on.
Thank you so much, Storm Shadow. Thank you so much.
So why do you think like the Libertarian Party mostly is stepping away from support of Trump?
I think that there's literally no reason to support Trump. I think he's a disaster in every sense of the word, but that sounds antagonistic and crazy of me. But libertarians are anti-war, and if you're an actual libertarian, you're also against borders, and you're also for free trade. All of those things Trump is antithetical to.
what do you think's going to happen with the Iran situation?
I think Trump is going to buddy up with his friend Bibi, and you guys are all going to somehow convince yourself that this is good, and tell us how this is good now.
I mean, I didn't vote for Trump. But I'm just kind of looking into all of the clusterfuck of what's going on, the amalgamation of things that are piling up. I don't think you seem like a biased person. I was just curious what you thought, because I'm seeing a lot of center right and libertarian people that are like done, like completely done. That's why I would venture to hear what the farther right argument, the MAGA argument, is, of the necessity to even involve ourselves with the Iran situation.
Well, listen, I wanna get to people who voted for Trump. I appreciate you coming up, and thanks for being chill.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
All right, man. Have a good day.
All right. Peace.
Guys, if you're friendly, get out of my box. Go on, get. Go on, get. Also, if you're on YouTube, give me a thumbs up on the stream. Don't be selfish. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
This is so crazy. This is the fourth. I usually don't have women Trump supporters. What do you like about Trump?
I am for the deportation of illegal immigrants.
Oh, then you would
And
be.
I want to let it be known that I'm also Hispanic. I have a step family and family who have came illegally. We have told them the process of how to enter, and it's just my grandparents came legally. My parents were born here in the States. I was born here, and I just
So
think
you
I know
would.
that there's a correct way to enter.
So would you vote for the presidents who deport the most?
Not necessarily the most, but also at the same time, there is Obama who also deported more than what Trump has currently.
Yeah.
So it's
So did
not just
so did
necessarily.
Biden.
Oh yeah, but I feel like people are making it more of an issue because Trump is the one doing it.
Trump is doing things that are a little bit over the top. That's why. Like I just finished explaining to the last guest, he's sending people to prison for the rest of their life with no due process. He's also pulling them from Home Depot or from the places of work or from school. People who are here that are contributing to society who are not criminal, I think are just fine.
Well, when you say they're not criminal, they do commit a crime though when they enter illegally.
Yeah,
So I understand an additional crime to that. That's the difference. Statistic.
What's the fine for that? What's the
entering-
problem for what's the punishment for that?
For what?
Crossing the border illegally.
What's the fine?
Mhm.
That I'm not sure of, but at the end of the day, it is still a crime, and I would say that deportation, it's a consequence of
I
you
think
being caught.
it's a
I work in
$50.
a restaurant where there's people in the back who are still illegal, and they get caught. They still commit additional crimes. I've seen DUIs. I've seen.
Yeah. Okay. So it's $50 to $250. That's the fee for entering the United States illegally, and after that, I really don't feel like there's anything else that it doesn't keep me up at night. Like people speed on the highway next to my house all day every day. I don't stay up at night like going, dang, like these people are breaking the law. Like that is so bad. Even though it's like more consequential, right? So like 48,000 people died in car crashes last year. I would say that's way more important than people
Mhm.
coming here without checking in with Border Patrol. I don't really care about that much.
If you don't check who's coming into your house, how do you know the people who are coming into your house with good intentions? That's my
Because
thing.
we can see the
I'm not
we can
against people coming in. That's fine. People can
yeah
come in, they can work hard as long as they're, doing good.
yeah
But if you don't take the proper
we can just see this
steps
though. We
into
can see the
coming in,
statistics. So like the actual harm to us is not there. So you can just speculate all day. Like, how do we know they're good? Well, we can just see that they're not committing crimes. So that's how I know they're good.
you can't really see who's not committing crimes because at the end of the day, their first step into the door is committing a crime.
Literally, they're just like that. If that's it, like if they snuck
But
into
it's still a
Disneyland,
crime, is it not?
yeah, it's a Class C misdemeanor. It's a $50 ticket. So like, are you a criminal?
At the end of the day, a crime is a crime.
Or have you
So
ever
you're
have you
saying,
ever sped before?
what do you mean, have I sped?
Have you like gone 1 mile over the speed limit?
Probably roughly give or take, yeah.
So you're a criminal?
I mean, justify it, maybe, if you want to say it like that. Now,
What's
would I
more
get pulled
dangerous
over
to our
and then
society?
given,
What's more dangerous to our society? Someone breaking traffic laws or somebody coming over the border?
you gotta give me more context than that. It's too vague for you to say that.
I think it's easy. It's easy. If 29 people died last year from migrants and 48,000 died last year from people driving, what do you think's more of a thing we should focus on?
I've worked with people who are illegal and still commit that. So at the end of the day, and they still didn't get deported because it wasn't being enforced at that time. So
Says
then
who?
said me, like I saw it happen.
So did Biden do like a memo saying that people shouldn't be deported?
No, what are you saying? I'm saying like someone that I've worked with who is undocumented was in a DUI, committed the DUI.
You get deported if you're in a
And
DUI and you're undocumented.
no, it didn't happen.
Did he get convicted?
That I'm not sure of. He wouldn't tell us much of his legal process after that. We know that he is illegal, got the mugshot and everything, saw everything on the
I
documents.
I live in Texas, and I've
I
had
live in
people that
Tennessee.
I know. You live in Oklahoma?
No, Tennessee.
Oh, I know people personally that were deported the second they were arrested for DWI. So I don't know. It's usually a thing where if you get caught doing that, you get deported. That's always been the law.
Look, like I said, I know he's illegal. I don't know if he got convicted or not, but I know there was a mugshot and he got the DUI.
Especially in, you said Tennessee?
Yes, Tennessee.
It's a red state.
Yes. And for the people in the comments saying I'm lying, I'm not. I really have no reason to lie to you guys.
There's no sanctuary cities in Tennessee, I don't think. He would be deported.
I'm not sure. I can't really tell you 100%. But I
Memphis
mean,
is,
that's just my personal. That's my personal reason.
yeah, I don't know. I still I say that we don't need to go fish these people out of their homes and out of Home Depot and out of their jobs if they're productive members of society. They're also far less of a problem when it comes to crime than natural born citizens, and the data proves it. Like, if you're here flying under the radar, you're going to commit way less crime than somebody who's here and just brazenly shoplifting or some shit without fear of being deported.
They still do commit crimes, not maybe as much or as heavily as what you want to say, to be caught. But with me working with undocumented people, I know that they still commit crimes. To the extent,
Not to the
that's
extent.
on the person, in my opinion. It's
So if
depending on the person
if
and
we were
what they're
gonna,
willing to commit.
so with let's do this thought experiment. Let's say I have $200 billion, and we want to start cracking down on ways to like save lives, maybe fight some crime. Would you start with the demographic of people who commit far, far, far less crime that would cost twice as much money, maybe even 5 times as much money to find? Or would we start with like the brazen community who's doing it far more and maybe start with like cracking down on speeding tickets, which would probably immediately just start saving lives, because 48,000 people die in car crashes every year. I think we've saved more than 29 lives, which is how many people were murdered last year. Why wouldn't, which one would you do?
I feel as if you're wording it in the question for it to be, for me to either pick deal with the mass population of legal crime makers here in the States versus a demographic.
This is what I'm
those
accusing
who-
you of. I'm accusing you of being maybe racist or bigoted or prejudiced against a certain
not
type of
prejudice.
people.
Honey, I'm Hispanic.
It doesn't mean anything. You could hate your own race, right?
I don't hate. I love being Hispanic. I love my culture.
Okay,
That I am. I can have different
I can
opinions.
still accuse you of that. I don't care what you
from
say.
I know
This
you
is
can.
why I say that, though. Okay, so again,
You have your own opinion, and that's on you. That's
let's do this. Let's do this thought
the freedom
experiment.
that we have in this country is you can think and say whatever you want.
Okay, whatever. I'm a politician, okay? And I say, I want to start doing something that our community cares about. I want to go crack down, and I want to do something meaningful. I want to stop people from dying. And this is what we do. We look at statistics. Let's go look at ways people die, okay? We got 48,000 that die in car crash. We got 40,000 who die from gun deaths. We have 17,000 murders. We have 75 people who died from bees last year. And then we have 29 people, 29 flat, who died from undocumented migrants. And we've got a couple $100 billion budget. And we're just brainstorming. We're just like thinking, dang, where can we go? Where can we find something to work on, to run a campaign on? And you guys fucking land right here. You guys land on the 29 migrants that committed murder, and you want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars against this because, I don't know, it's just extra special to you. Totally not racist or prejudiced. That's what y'all want to do. That's why I'm accusing you of that.
I'm not saying that those other things are not important. I'm just saying that that's a reason as well as to why I voted Trump. I'm not saying that is not important at all. And for you to be putting those narratives, I mean, that's up to you. That's the kind of
I mean, you're going to have to explain this away.
conversation you want to have. That's fine. I'm just explaining why I voted the way I voted.
Because of
And you can agree
this?
to disagree. I love being Hispanic. My Hispanic grandpa, who came in from Ecuador legally, who also voted Trump. We can
Yeah.
have those opinions. If you were to say that because I'm Hispanic, I shouldn't vote Trump, is like saying, well, why are you caring if you're white? You know, that's not the narrative.
Well,
that
this
I'm
is the
going
thing.
for
You're
you.
overlooking Trump saying that these people from south of the border are rapists, they're criminals. Some, I
Oh
believe,
no, I'm
might
not
be good
saying all of
people.
them are.
Hold on.
But if you
I'm not
can't
saying
take the proper
this is
procedures to come
hold
in
on.
legally,
This is the
that's
stuff
what I
you
have a
greenlit.
problem
This
with.
is what you greenlit. You greenlit him saying that. You greenlit him saying that you guys have bad genetics. You greenlit him saying that you guys are vermin, that you're poisoning the blood of our country. You greenlit all of
No.
that, and you go, I just think that they should stop breaking the law. People that you work with.
Yeah, were you not also saying that people should stop breaking the law and speeding and committing
Yeah, I
DUIs
don't
that can kill
lose
people?
sleep over that now.
You don't lose sleep over people
No.
breaking those laws?
I in
Or which
fact
one?
think it is detrimental for us to over enforce some of these things, especially when you have such a low number like 29, 48,000. Like if we over policed our roads, for instance, we would have like an increase in the cost of transporting goods, or would just be a higher risk going anywhere. If you go anywhere, and we just lived in a fucking police state where if you go 1 mile over the speed limit, we had cameras and speed sensors everywhere.
Well,
It
don't you
would just
think if you
congest our
enforced,
highways.
even if it's not applying more police force to the road, don't you think you would see some type of results from actually enforcing it a bit more?
Yeah, we would, but it would be detrimental, right?
Exactly.
It
There
would
would
be
be more.
it would be cost preventative though, right? Like think of the amount of people we would hire and all this stuff. Like there's just a line where it's like, okay, this is a moderate way to enforce these laws, and this is an effective amount to do it.
How else would you enforce illegal immigration?
I would give them a
If not,
document.
but
I
just
would
a
give them
slap
a
on the
path
wrist
to
of
citizenship.
250.
So like,
I do believe that people who also come, let's say they come and they don't know any better illegally or whatnot, they should still take the proper steps to attempt to become a citizen.
those are all being voted like voted down, and even the legal way. So Trump is, like, for instance, undoing people who legally took steps to become migrants. He undid 230,000 of those people so that he can deport them too. So I don't even believe you when you say that.
Honey, my step uncle is as illegal as he can be and attempted to marry for papers twice and got he actually has papers for deportation at the moment because he got caught and he wouldn't do things properly.
Well, I that has nothing to do with what I just said.
How does it not?
Because I'm telling you that Trump doesn't even care if they come here legally. He's undoing that legal status.
Not for all. I do believe in certain cases, maybe if that is the thing, but not for all.
Does it
And
have to
that
be for all for you to care?
if let's say, let's go back to the situation with my uncle. If let's just say, okay, he's married for papers and that's it. But deep down you find out that the marriage is actually fake just for the sole purpose of a green card. That's when you revoke.
How does that affect you?
How does someone dying right now in a car crash from a DUI affect you right now? But you care about it.
I
If you
just
don't
told
care
you
about your
how
home,
much I don't care about it. That was the reason of me telling you. How does your uncle marrying for papers affect you again?
first of all, it's my family. It does affect me.
Okay, how does that hurt your feelings?
Because, it'll be sad he'll get deported, but he could have done it correctly and prevented it.
Okay, what's the correct way?
Actually coming in, not saying past his visa.
He came in
doing
on a
things properly.
visa?
Yes, and then he stayed past it. So it expired.
And
You're
that's what
supposed
you're
to go back
worried
to this
about?
country. What do you mean? What am I worried about?
So you would so you were just really 10 toes down on people like making a trip back to their home country every 6 months
If
or
you're
something?
staying illegally, it is still illegal for
I
you
know.
to stay past
You guys are real sticklers for law and order, just in very weird particular cases. For instance, Trump is a 34 times felon and an adjudicated sexual abuser. You guys don't care about that, but for some reason, like your uncle not touching the border every 6 months is a big deal.
Honey, was he convicted though?
Yes, 34 fucking felonies. Yes, he's convicted. Yes, it's on his record.
But where were the evidence for those convictions?
In
Or
the
was
court
it just
case.
a nice political tactic?
Okay, I've got a feeling you've never looked into this and you just assume he's innocent.
You're assuming what I'm thinking based off of my decisions.
Because
for
there's
Trump.
literally, you just saying that tells me that you didn't know that there's like literally like a paper trail of checks that he wrote Michael Cohen, and a checks that Michael Cohen wrote Stormy Daniels, and literal like a scratch piece of paper of Michael Cohen doing the math of how much he should write Stormy. There's everything. What are you talking about? Where's the evidence?
But how does that go back to what I just said?
He was convicted of these crimes and there's physical evidence of them.
And you're saying that he should be in jail, so to speak, correct? Because
No,
he
I'm
broke the
saying
law.
that you're a hypocrite for being such a stickler on some sort of legal process, but not for
You're
the people
stuck
who
on
lead our
his
country.
legal process, saying that he shouldn't be in office because he committed a
No,
crime. but
I'm
yet
calling
you're
you a
defending
hypocrite. You're saying that,
thousands, if
listen,
not
I
millions
think
of
my
people
uncle
who have
should have,
committed crimes,
like,
who are staying here illegally.
Why does your uncle and his work visa status so important to you? Why is it so much up here, but Trump's criminality is so low? Why is his fraud not as important to you as your uncle's? Your uncle did something 60 times less severe than Trump.
I'm just saying that I was using my uncle's explanation to relate to what we were talking about at that point.
Okay, every single migrant that Trump is deporting is 60 times less of a criminal than him. Why are you stuck on this migrant
enter
thing?
illegally, 100% of the illegal immigrants have committed a crime. Therefore,
Yeah, that is
100% of them
a fine
are
of
criminals.
$50. That is a $50 fine. Trump has done things that could land you in prison for tens of years.
Let's go to Lake and Riley. What happened to that?
Yeah, that is one of 29 victims that
How
happened.
many more that have gone
You tell me. I mean, if 40% of all murders are unsolved, then we can maybe just double it and say 60 people were murdered. Still, bees killed more people than migrants last year.
Okay, you're comparing an insect to a human. That's not relevant.
I'm saying how petty this is.
If I were to go into your house, if there was a big old house party and you want to make sure everything is, I'm pretty sure you want people to go check in to who's coming into your house, right? They could be the most nicest people or whatever, but if they're missing that $5 entry fee or whatever the process is, I'm pretty sure you'd be pissed.
Yeah, I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't hire like 300 bodyguards. I wouldn't open a $300,000 like Ticketmaster sales
But
event
I'm
for
pretty
this.
sure you
I
would
wouldn't.
find a way to get them out of your house, right?
Yeah, I would moderately
Would
check
you
it,
not?
but I wouldn't go crazy and ruin the whole party because I found out someone didn't give me $5. That's what y'all are doing. You're fucking up the
Okay,
entire
let's
vibe
say
of the
they
party.
continue. They continue staying in your house and then using your stuff. They're destroying your stuff. They're breaking your things. Then
Not
what?
really.
It just
In fact,
increases more and more.
what if after the party you find out that the people who paid their way in ended up stealing a whole bunch of shit, and that the people you were focusing
And
on
that's when
grabbing
they
$5 from
would be
had
reprimanded. Then, of
no.
course, obviously, I'm not saying that just because I'm right now talking about illegal immigration takes away from the fact that even legal people need to be reprimanded for the things that they do. That's not taking away from
I'm
what I
just
think at
saying you
all.
guys are focused on things that Trump told y'all were a big issue. Trump sold you on this. He told just like any
That's my
authoritarian leader.
issue. Regardless if you think if it's
You
big
can't
or not.
substantiate why this is so important to you because there's no bad outcomes you can point to. There's nothing you can point to besides Laken Riley, who was propagandized over years and years of TV and Trump running campaigns on this. And then there's the 17,000 people that got killed every year. And you guys don't give a fuck about that.
Who says that we don't give a fuck about it?
Name one person that died under Trump's administration that was killed by an illegal migrant.
I don't know the names.
Yeah, exactly. Molly Tibbetts. Molly Tibbetts was one person killed that Trump let in, from a migrant that Trump let in during his time in office. Did you see Biden campaign on that? No, he had real shit to offer people that voted for him, not that.
Honey, I don't even believe he was fully there in office, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, I know. Trump spent a lot of money on convincing you that too.
No.
Yeah, I could read you.
I'll
I could
just
read you.
talk right now about, the immigration because I won't even get into, trans and women's sports because that's another issue for you.
Yeah, all 10 of them in the 510,000 league of college sports, all 10 of them, good stuff. He spent $217 million convincing you that was a problem too.
You don't need that much money to convince me that's a problem. You could just tell me plain
Well, that's
say
how
it
much he
is a
spent
problem.
because he knew that you would have a knee-jerk reaction to it, and bigots love that shit.
Look, all I'm just telling you is that those are the reasons why I voted for him. I do
know.
believe that if you were born a man and let's say you identify as a trans woman, you're still biologically a man and you should not be in women's sports.
No one is a biological man. That is incomprehensible, and that is also
Male,
just
or
BS.
correct term, if you will.
Yeah.
That's me. You're born a male.
Yeah.
You're biologically a male.
I think that if you're a man, you shouldn't go and maybe grab women by the pussy without asking them. That's just me. How do you feel about that?
Are you going to have this conversation that I'm talking to you about, or are you going to try to flip it to another one for your
Because
benefit?
I'm telling you
Which
things
one are we
that
talking
actually
about?
happened versus it with bad outcomes versus things that, I don't know, maybe politicians convinced you are happening. So like, can you name one incident where like maybe a trans woman did something wrong to another woman in a locker room or in a bathroom? Can you tell me like
I'm
one
not saying
incident?
did anything wrong in a locker room or a bathroom. I'm saying that they should not be competing with other girls
Can you name one?
if they're biologically a male.
Can you name one woman's sports team?
Softball team in Florida, actually in high school.
Can you name an actual woman's sport team?
What difference does it make if it's a women's league or if it's a kids league at that point? Not a kids league, a high school league.
Because I just don't believe that you care about this because you don't care unless Trump
Oh,
tells
I
you
do.
to.
No, and that's your deal. If you can't trust, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem.
Well, I'm asking for you to give me some confidence on this.
I'm the same way I'm telling you I don't hate my heritage. I love being Hispanic. You disagree with that, and that's your opinion to have.
It doesn't matter. You being Hispanic has nothing to do with your ability to hate people
And me
like
telling
this.
you why I voted the way I voted, and you believing me that that's actually why, that's your situation. That's not mine.
I'm just telling you that maybe you were fooled into thinking these things were big issues when they're not.
I'm telling you, for me, they are.
Your uncle's marriage status really bugs you. His visa status really
No,
bugs
him
you.
doing it incorrectly in order for him now to be separated from his son, to get deported. Yeah, that actually bugs me, because why wouldn't a
Dang,
family
it's almost as if like
dynamic like
people
that?
maybe you should have checked out this little thing called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021 that Biden tried to pass to give your uncle, someone exactly like your uncle, the ability to have legal status in the United States. That would have been sick if you just voted Democrat and that happened. That'd be sick.
No, because when we did have a Democrat, that's when he got the orders to get deported under Biden.
Yeah, and Biden tried to
Not as of
resolve that,
recently, under Biden.
and your party stopped them from doing that. And can you do me a favor and say thank you, Melanie?
Okay, thank you, Melanie.
Thank you, Melanie, for the kick. W Melanie's in the chat. Chat, tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's hit to 200K. Follow the stream, guys. Now follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. Hello?
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I wanted to say something to her.
You got 30 seconds.
About her uncle. You know, she never said how her parents came here. That's the thing. Because she said they came legally, but how did they come here? That was going to be my question. You know what I mean? Because some of them, they tell you this, but that's a lie. Especially, there was another thing. Where was she coming from? Like her parents, where they came from? Because I'm Hispanic, and then trust me, I know how all this deal comes.
Yeah.
And
lot of them,
I was
yeah.
thinking about her, you know.
Yeah.
But okay, she left, but it's fine.
Pickles.
Bye, good
Thank
luck.
you, Carolina. We love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Pickles.
What's up, bro?
Hey man, just want to say, huge fan, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I think I used to like you better just watching you game, but I jump in here and listen to you debate, man. And I just want to say, man, a big shout out to you for getting on here and calling all this bullshit out that we see going on in the world today. Everybody's got a problem with all this immigration and shit, but nobody's got a problem with it when they're pouring their fucking concrete in their driveway or shit like that. You know what I mean? This country was built by illegals, and now all of a sudden they have a problem with it because Trump has a problem with it. And so I just wanted to get on here and say big shout out to you, bro, and keep doing your thing, brother.
Much appreciated, dude. Much love.
Thanks, man.
All right. I love that. I love when I see people from my my old days come in. Love that. Kaylee, you were paid to kick, so you can come back tomorrow, okay? 24 hours. Chat, if you're friendly, hop out of my box. I love you, though. Hello?
Yeah.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
I was a first-time voter this most recent election, and for me, it was with what he aligns with and versus what Kamala aligns with. He aligns more with Christ, so that's why his views align more with Christ. So that's why I voted for Trump.
So, 28 sexual abuse allegations, 3 wives, cheated on all of them, 5 kids, selling the Bible with his name on the front of it.
Okay, so I had this conversation with someone else the other day. Personal views out the door. What his policy is for, he stands more. His policies align more with Christ-like what's the word I'm looking
yanking
for?
food stamps out of children's mouths.
Christ-like. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
So, like, Christ would have been a socialist. He wouldn't be
Well,
yanking
can you
food stamps.
tell me what you're referring to?
Yeah, so he wouldn't be yanking food stamps out of children's mouths. He wouldn't be taking money away from poor people or people that need, like, medical help. He definitely wouldn't be doing that. He wouldn't be telling, hey, thou shalt not
I'm
seek
lagging incredibly
refuge.
bad, bro. Can you start that over, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is there a line in the Bible that says, thou shalt not seek refuge in United States? If so, sent to prison for the rest of thine life with no due process? Is there a reason why Trump is like kicking thousands of people off of food stamps and welfare? Is that very Christ-like? Just kick me? Okay. Yeah, he's lagging bad. That's all right. Jesus was so woke. He hung out with prostitutes. Dude, give me a fucking break. Yellow. Oh, that person didn't connect. We need a trash sticker. Ask them what fruits of the spirit are displayed by Trump. Yellow.
You're muffled. Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Okay. I mean, I voted for him this time.
And what do you like about Trump?
He is making this country what is supposed to be.
That sounds like a bumper sticker. Can you tell me like what you like about him?
Yeah, that he is. I mean, just look what he did today in the summit when he left and said, "You know what? Nope, not going to do it."
Can you tell me an actual thing he did that you like?
Can you tell me an actual thing that you like or that you don't like that he did?
Yeah, I think his economic policy is absolute trash.
Okay, can you give me a reason why that policy is trash?
Yeah, so he's adding tariffs to consumer goods to do what you guys have no idea is a tax on consumers, like the lower middle class of America, and he's making products more expensive, and it's not going to bring back jobs.
Can you tell me what the prices of eggs have been from January until now?
That's irrelevant. So the reason price of eggs...
Why is it irrelevant?
Because the price of eggs was high because we did a lot of culling. We killed 150 million chickens during the Biden administration because of the bird flu.
Wait, hold on. Who is that? Who did that?
The USDA.
No, who did that?
The farmers?
No, Biden.
Can you tell me
did that?
Biden Biden had nothing to do with that.
It was an executive order, dumbass.
No, it wasn't.
He actually, he did.
What's the executive order?
I mean, I don't know the number. He literally informed the FDA to kill 100 million chickens. God, you guys are so stupid.
No, it was something that was passed in 2002.
2002?
Yeah, that was the law since 2002.
2002?
Yes.
My God, that's 23 years ago, dude.
Okay,
that you're trying to quote.
There is no evidence of President Biden issuing an executive order to kill chickens. You just lied. So you're gonna have to find me evidence of that.
Okay, you got like what from the Onion? Is that what you sourced your finding from?
Yeah, listen, I know you guys are Lugan pressed out of your mind. You're gonna have to find me something to.
No, you're just
claim.
Dunning-Kruger effect in your mind.
Dude, the USDA has guidelines in which farmers have to cull their chickens. Has nothing to do with Biden, and for you to blame it on Biden aimlessly is silly.
Oh my God, who does the USDA take their orders from?
You're gonna have to tell me where Biden gave them an order to do that because that is a law they had in place since early 2000s.
Just tell me. I don't care. Just tell me who the USDA takes their orders from.
if Biden is over the USDA, you're gonna have to tell me where Biden told them to do that. Can you show me that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Because you can't, right?
Yeah, show me. You're gonna have to prove your claim. That's how it works. The law told them to do that. The Biden administration also focused on strategies to minimize depopulation of egg-laying chickens and has supported research into the vaccines and therapeutics to address bird flu. So he did the opposite. He tried to minimize it.
No, he didn't. Look, I just posted it right there. That's it. I just posted.
Wait.
Copy
You
that.
threw it in
Copy
my
the link.
you threw it in a chat for 1,000 people. Hold on.
Yeah, because I want everybody to see how stupid you are.
Hold on. What's the title of it? I can't find it.
Well, just look where I posted it.
Bro, I have 1,000 people chatting.
Okay, so scroll, my guy.
Your name is what? You know it's me.
Yep.
Just back out and read me the title.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yes,
Come on.
I can't find it.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not joking. There's nothing in the chat. There's nothing. I just read the whole. I just scrolled so far up. This is what I got. This is from the AI overview. They searched the entire internet. The Googles did.
Hold on. Yep.
Nothing. All right.
Right
Tell
here.
me. What is it called?
Ready?
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. Tell chat. Silence for just 10 seconds.
No, I can't copy anything from chat anyway.
God. All right. It's called culling.
Okay.
And the Biden administration gave the FDA the okay to kill 100 million chickens.
They did not tell anything.
Because
they did not tell the FDA anything. They did not tell them anything.
Yes, they did, because of the HV1C bird flu or whatever
This was already a law that was written in the early 2000s.
It was not a law.
Yes, it was. Yes, it is.
There's not a law to tell people to kill chickens.
Yes, there is.
I will bet you $1,000 there's not a law to
do you want to do that?
chickens.
Do you want to shake on it? $1,000. I have it in my bank. You want to shake on it?
A law to kill chickens?
They have a policy. The USDA has a culling policy. Do you want to shake on it?
No, go ahead and read the policy, what you think you're going to bet on.
No. Do you want to bet on it right now?
I want you to read the law that you think you're going to bet on.
Before we do that, you want to bet on it.
I want you to read the law that you're
Do
going to bet on.
you want to shake $1,000? I will give you $1,000 if I'm wrong. You give me $1,000 if I'm right.
If you can read the law or give me the law statute that you're going to bet on.
Okay. If me showing you this is already resolving the bet. We're culling policy.
No, I'm just saying if you can pull it up and it's factual, then maybe we'll
the
make the bet.
USDA's policy for highly pathogenic avian influenza involves culling, depopulating affected poultry flocks to prevent the spread of the virus. This policy is in line with international standards set by the World Organization for Animal Health.
What U.S. law is that?
That's a policy, not a law.
You said it was a law.
It's a
I would have
policy.
taken $1,000 right
It's
out of your fucking pocket.
Oh my god.
You said it was a law.
Oh my god.
You
It is-
just said it
if
was
you
a
break
law.
if you break this policy, guess what? You're fined.
Who cares? You said it was a law.
It's the law to follow the policy.
Dude, you said it was a law. Give me
Okay.
the law statute.
There's
law.
it's
Do
a
you
policy.
understand what
It's a
law
policy.
is?
Yes, it's
Now
enforceable. It's
you're-
enforceable by
okay,
coercion
now
of
you're back. Now you're
okay.
backtracking.
You're
like
gonna
a
have
little
to
bitch.
explain to me how Biden had anything to do with this. Go ahead.
You're gonna have to hold on. Explain to me what a law and a policy is.
You owe me
Legally, please.
$1,000, bro.
No, I don't, dude. You
Yes,
said it
you
was
do.
a fucking law.
Dude,
explain
the
to
law-
me what a policy and a law is.
Tell me how Biden coerced farmers
I don't
to do this.
give a shit about Biden.
Yes,
Explain
you do.
to me right now
You
what
are
a
so
policy
you
and
know
a
that you're
law is.
losing this conversation. You're gonna have to tell me how this is
Dude,
Biden's fault.
I've won 1,000%. Tell me what a policy and a law is.
You and I both
Describe
know
the
policies
difference.
and laws are different.
Okay.
We both know.
You just admitted your defeat in the
Okay.
first place.
Okay,
'Cause you admitted
didn't.
that it was a
sucks.
law.
It sounds like you lost out on a chance to win $1,000. Then now let's go back to the
Dude,
conversation.
I've won
Let's-
$2,000.
Let's go back to the conversation. It sounds like you lost that opportunity.
Let's go back.
Let's talk about how did Biden
Dude,
coerce
I've
these
beaten you
people to
twice.
cull their
I've beaten
chickens?
you twice.
Can you
I've
tell me
beaten
how
you
Biden
twice.
coerced these people to cull their chickens?
Yes. Please tell me what a law is. Is it passed by Congress?
Listen, yes, and you're
Okay.
gonna have to.
All
You're
right,
gonna have
so
to.
what is a policy?
The policy was probably also passed by Congress.
No, policies are not passed by Congress.
They could.
douchebag.
They probably did come up with this.
All right, so no, it's not. All right, so policies can be administered by any of the like
Yes.
FDA or the HOAs or anything. Policies are not passed by Congress.
Okay.
They can't.
The 119th Congress did address aspects of the avian influenza outbreak. The Congress
Sure.
did touch on this. Sorry.
Go ahead. All right,
Sorry.
So they touched on it. Read it. What did
Yes,
it
the
say?
USDA's current policy remains unchanged. The USDA official stated that there are no anticipated changes to current federal policy requiring the culling of infected flocks, but there's a critical strategy for controlling highly pathogenic avian influenza.
Cool.
Congress is actively monitoring, considering regulated legislation. Congress is considering various measures to address the HPAI outbreak, including financial relief for poultry farmers and vaccination strategies and research and biosecurity. The Save Our Poultry Act was something that they came up with. 119th Congress is, I believe, the current Congress.
Cool.
Indemnity
No,
payments to
no,
farmers
it's
with
not.
significant
No,
costs.
It's not. It's not.
Are we in
But
120th?
Did they pass it? Yes.
You don't think
correct.
100?
So
We're in 120th Congress.
you just said 118th
I said 19th, dude.
or 18th, 19th. Doesn't matter. We're not at 120. So was it passed?
We're
as
at 120 now.
Yeah. Did we pass Did we pass that law as Congress?
Kelly, thank you for the $10 for the kick
Oh,
pool.
of course. Here we go.
It's just $10.
Blah, 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 blah,
Hey,
blah,
you
blah,
got to
blah,
do 30 more. You're still here for until someone donates
Dude,
30 more.
Whatever. I'm
Uh,
embarrassing you. It's funny.
Dude, you're literally stuck on semantics. The fact that I mixed up policy with law in part of our bet. When I'm
Which
telling
is
you,
embarrassing
you're gonna
for
have
you
to. I don't
as a
care.
huge content creator.
No, I'm not. I'm not embarrassed
Yes,
at
you
all.
are.
I want to talk about the substance of this conversation. You're saying that Biden was so bad because a ton of chickens were killed, and you said it was because of Biden. I need you to tell me that. I have no interest in talking about the semantics of law and policy anymore. No one else wants to hear it either. In fact, somebody just already paid the $30 to kick you. No one cares. If the best you can do is get me on the fact that I said law instead of policy, I feel sorry for you. We're moving on to more substantive conversation. Desperate for a W is correct, Kayvon. Yeah, no one cares. Clipped, please post it so your 3 people can watch it. Hello? Jillian?
Oh, I wasn't trying to get.
That's all right. You know it's me. You can't come back till tomorrow. Someone paid to kick you. So makes bets and doesn't pay. He didn't accept the bet. If he would have accepted the bet, he would have an argument, but he didn't. Yellow.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not, buddy. But I just want to thank you for all you're doing, boss. Appreciate you. And on behalf of my Mexican people, it's Taco Tuesday, so I hope no fucking bag of motherfuckers go eat tacos tonight, but if you dare still go to eat, man, I wish you to have a fucking diarrhea with hiccups forever. Love you, bro.
Much love, man.
Later.
Oh. Diary with hiccups is wild, dude. Hello?
Liberal fucking faggot. Kill yourself.
That's not nice.
Actually, faggot, fuck. Kill yourself.
Hey guys, that's one of your MAGA friends. They seem cool.
What's up, Pickle?
What's up, bub?
It's your neighbor. I got 2 points I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
They're actually more of just opinions. Okay, back to immigration. Thoughts on this? Do you think it would be feasible if they said, close borders, no one in, 60 days? Anybody who is here illegally has 60 days to identify themselves and start the process. Following that, anybody who has not established themselves as wanting to become a citizen then has the right to be deported. Like, so you give them the option, like, hey, we're putting the ball in your court. You have to come forward, admit that you are here illegally, which I know there would be probably a lot of fear around that. But if it were done legitly and said, hey, you got 60 days, I don't know what documentation they would have to provide, whatever that may be, to say, okay, you are here illegally. We want you to be citizens. You want to be here. Let's move forward in the process. However, if you don't do that, fair game.
A few caveats. Like closing the border entirely would just fuck up our economy real bad. Like people transporting things or coming over to work with work visas, all that stuff. I think it's pointless. But giving people 60 days to come do it, this administration probably wouldn't be able to do that. They have completely lost the trust of anybody.
Right, no, I'd agree with that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. A lot of that would be counteracted by just fear. Like, why would anybody want to come in and say, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm illegal, and then all of a sudden they're gone.
Yeah, because they're getting picked up at the courthouse and stuff like that right now. So I just wouldn't fall for it. But yeah, maybe if a Democrat did it, maybe. I would also maybe just start by mass amnesty for entry without inspection. I don't care. I don't think we can. I think we can live without getting like the $250 fines from each of these people, and maybe giving them some sort of good faith that we're not going to mistreat them and to come forward and give them a pathway to citizenship. I think it'd be good.
A little kindness can go a long ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Second piece. This whole Iran bullshit that looks like it's about, I don't know if it's going to pop off, but it looks like it sure could. If Trump does something completely irrational without congressional consent, which he is unfortunately very likely to do, I just Googled it. It says there are approximately 1.8 million Iranians that live in the United States. Do you think they are a threat, or is our biggest threat Iran, or international Iran, however you look at that? The country of Iran versus the 1.8 million Iranians who reside here. Because obviously they left Iran for a reason.
I don't know how much of a threat they would be. They'd probably have protests. There might be some bad actors. I don't think it would be something worth noting as a domestic threat.
Okay. Because that was the one thing where they said, the whole thing where they labeled MS-13 as a terrorist organization. That was one of the arguments was, well, if there's, 50,000 of them here, and their shot caller said, "Go do bad shit," and then all of a sudden you have 50,000 people popping off in the United States. 1.8 million is a whole lot more than 50,000. But my thought process to that would be, I think a lot of the people who are here who are Iranian left Iran for a reason.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they're like sleeper cell militarized Iranian. I think they're probably just normal people, most of them.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I got. I didn't really feel like arguing today. I don't have much today. I was watching the news and kind of just wanted to get your thoughts on those two things.
All right. Cool.
All right. Later, Bob.
You too. I mean, later. Golly, dude. That last kid that came up and said the slurs, I got like two things from that. I got 2 dings from TikTok. He's such a baby. Yeah, I know. He's very emotional. Like for us to look at that, for MAGA to look at Trump and be like, that guy's not he's making logical decisions instead of like overreacting like a drama queen. Like, oh, the deportation protests, I'm gonna do even more now. Like if that dictates that dictates your domestic policy, people like protesting, your child. You should not be trusted with the nuclear fucking briefcase. You're a child. Joe Banana says you got they flagged the lie for those words. It's not chill. It's not chill, dude. TikTok just got extended 90 days again. Love to see it. What did he call Tim Walls? He's a mess. That's what he said. Wow. He won't call Tim Walls because it would be a waste of time. So our own president won't condemn domestic terrorism because it's a waste of time. What a leader. What a good leader, guys. What a good leader. Biden called Walls? Of course he did. He's an adult. What a child, man. I would call him and say, "Hi, how you doing?" The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. He's a mess. So you know, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time? Senator Lee deletes social media post about the Minnesota shootings ever facing criticism. He called it a nightmare on Wall Street. Senator Tina Smith, Democrat, Minnesota, who was friends with the slain lawmaker, told reporters Monday that she confronted Lee about his post. I needed him to hear from me directly what impact I think his cruel statement had on me, his colleague, she said. Lee had written in one post on Saturday, assassination of Democratic State Rep Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, that this is what happens when Marxists don't get their way. In another, he posted a photo of the suspect and he captioned it, Nightmare on Wall Street, an apparent reference to Democratic governor Tim Walz. Several Democrats had called on Lee to take down the post, which he'd published Saturday and Sunday. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York said at a news conference Tuesday that he asked Lee to remove them and that he wouldn't listen to me. Keep public lands in public hands. I don't know what that means. If you guys are for a more peaceful or Christian nation, this isn't it. That's not it, right? Hello?
1 second, am I in here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, my shit's like half glitching out, but Mike Lee also is trying to pass a bill or legislature called the Houses Act, which is trying to turn like 3 million acres of public land, so federal lands, national forest or BLM, into private lands bought out by local governments.
Damn.
So that's in Congress right now. So my thing is just call your legislation to vote against anything, whether big beautiful bill or the Houses Act, to vote against it and protect public lands. That's all.
Appreciate you. Damn.
But yeah, that's ran by Mike Lee as well. So
sounds like a winner. Fuck. Oh, thank you, dude.
Yeah, of course.
Do we auto restart? I don't know. I mean, we're coming up on 4 hours here soon. Maybe I will just do like sub only really quick, and we'll wind down, and then I'll eat some food, and then we'll restart and do another 4-hour stream or something, 5-hour stream. You guys down with that? Mike Lee also spread that Paul Pelosi was attacked by his boyfriend. Dude, Mike Lee's a fucking idiot. What a fucking loser, dude. What an actual bitch. No Dune tonight? I don't know. I really feel like grinding. Really felt like grinding. All right, we're gonna do sub only. I'll bring some friendlies up. Chat. If you guys are looking for a debate, I think that we're gonna draw the line here. We're gonna cool down. No debates until my next live tonight. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do supporter only. So basically, if you're like way awesome, you're fucking cool as shit, and awesome as fuck, you can chat because you have the word Bubs next to your name. And if you're not, you can't chat. If you want to be able to chat, you can click on this like little star right here and become a supporter. It costs like $3 a month. Hello?
Sorry, I
Good
just had a
morning.
mouthful of oranges.
Delicious.
Hey, Pedro.
Delicious. Emma says this
I
was the
want
most
oranges
excellent
now.
show. Thanks for your service. Any freaking time, y'all.
I
Anytime.
just wanted to come up to ask, did you ever end up watching that video that I sent you of Trump's ramblings?
The 19-year-old
Was it the
girl.
lumberjack one?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, actually I did, yeah. In fact, I quoted that speech quite a few times now to MAGA.
Yeah. It was a work
Yeah.
of art, wasn't it?
It was profound. It was deep.
Deep. Yep, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Pickles.
What's up?
I got a joke. I got a joke for you. We're gonna lighten this up real fast.
Okay.
Hey, the joke's
Did
from
you
my
hear
thing.
about the chameleon who couldn't change colors? He had reptile dysfunction.
Hey,
I'm
Pickle.
stealing.
What's up, kid?
Hey, how do you get holy water?
How?
You boil the hell out of it.
I love it. I love it. I'm stealing this one from Richard Pryor. Why are
Two goldfish are
vampires?
in a tank.
Why do vampires not like crosses? Because they're allergic to
Why?
bullshit.
Two goldfish are in a tank. One looks. Go ahead.
Oh, no. You go first. I'll tell mine after. Mine's lame. Yours is probably funnier.
Looks at the other one and says, "Do you know how to drive this thing?"
That took me a solid minute. That's a good one. My 7-year-old told me one last night. How do you get a tissue to dance?
Put a little boogie in it. Love it. That's from Bicentennial Man. I'll never forget. That was Robin Williams. Such a good movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't seen it. I'm a huge Robin Williams fan, but I haven't seen it.
So good.
That's hilarious.
This one's timely for me because I broke my foot a few months ago. I broke my leg in 2 places, and you know what the doctor told me?
Huh.
Stay out of those places.
Oh my god. What did the snail say when he
Okay,
jumped
that's the last one.
on the turtle's back? Oh. All right. Are you jumping down?
No, I'll hang out, but
Okay.
I'll let other people talk.
I'm going down because I've got to work, but I just wanted to come up and say hello, and I just wanted to see if you'd watched that video. I wanted your thoughts on it.
Well, we love you. Thank you, Zero.
Bye, guys.
All right. Why did the chickens
Okay,
cross
I've
the
got
road?
one.
Why?
Because it was stuck to the pervert.
I'm actually kind of hungry. I might eat my curry early.
Did you know that carrots will in your memory? Yeah, last time I had one up my ass, I won't forget that.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You know what often gets overlooked?
Huh.
Garden fences. Garden fences.
Damn it. God damn it. Emma, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much.
What is a soap's favorite hobby?
What?
Bubble art.
It's good. It's good.
I missed that one.
How do you cut an ocean in half? With a seesaw.
No. Damn it. Oh, I'm gonna use that one, Pickles. Thank you for that.
I read that
Have
one on
you
a
heard
popsicle.
about the dyslexic devil? He sold his soul to Santa. I've got a book of them. It's great.
Did you hear about the AI-powered fracking machine? It's a groundbreaking invention. Nice. Nice.
Do you guys know where all the female reindeers like to do when Santa gives them the night off?
Huh.
They like to go out and blow a few bucks.
Oof.
Woof, that is a woof. What do you call an empty can of Cheese Whiz?
Huh.
Cheese Whiz.
God damn it. What do you call a soap thief?
What?
A suds spect.
I was gonna say Bubble Buster.
Oh goodness! Oh, I
What
think
does
I think I missed a few donations earlier. Somebody paid. Jamie, thank you for the kick as well. It says kick this potato, and Kristen Vaught, please kick him before he comes back. Kristen, thank you. I'm sorry I missed those. Some of you guys paid to kick the same person too. Thank y'all.
What's the difference between Jesus and a picture of Jesus hanging on the wall?
3 nails.
It only took one nail to hang the picture.
I choked on an orange. I choked on an orange.
Okay, I came on to give you the answer to why did the chicken cross the road?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Because!
Oh God. I love that.
What did the hen say to the rooster?
What?
Fuck off! Those are from my
God damn.
7-year-old grandchild. Thought I'd share. You can drop me.
Thank you. Thank you for blessing us with those.
You're welcome. Anytime.
How does the soap communicate?
How?
Through bubble mail?
Are you on Soap Talk or something?
Hi, Oslo. Hi, Oslo.
You know why you can only ran while camping? Not run?
Why?
Why?
Because it's past tense.
God dang it.
Oh, Oslo, between you and Pickles, you are my favorite people on TikTok.
Well, I'm not a person. So I guess it's just Pickles.
When do
What are
you
you guys
do
up
your...
to over here? Just hanging out, subs only?
Subs only? Just being freaking way cool.
No hoagies allowed?
Sandwiches?
Just subs?
Oh, nice.
Subs only.
Nice. Nice.
Keep up, Pickles. Come on. We're talking lunch meats here.
It reminds me of a Mitch Hedberg joke. It's like
Go for it.
it's something like, I always go to Subway and I get away with ordering the club sandwich even though I don't have a membership. That's what he said.
My favorite Mitch Hedberg joke is, I'm against picketing, but I don't know how to let people know.
So why did the soap become a pilot?
Why?
To reach new heights of cleanliness.
So these two priests get pulled over by...
I think this is what Adrian thinks of when they tell a dirty joke. It's just soap jokes.
So
I don't know.
These
usually... Oh, sorry, Gracie.
These two priests get pulled over by a police officer, and when the guy walks up to the car and sees them, he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, fathers. We're looking for 2 child molesters." And the one priest looked at the other and said, "We'll do it."
Oh my God.
Oh shit. Oh.
We love the TikTok shop.
Yeah, we love the TikTok shop.
This is for educational purposes only.
Sarah knows. Rice is great if you're hungry and want 2,000 of something. Mitch Hedberg, what a legend.
My friend asked me if I wanted a frozen banana, and I said no, but I want a regular banana later, so I said yes.
I used to be an addict. I still am, but I used to be an addict too.
Ooh.
R.I.P. King, R.I.P. King. He was the best. He was the best. The buoyancy of citrus. If you know, you know.
I don't actually.
Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah.
Oh, he says if I get thrown overboard, throw me a lime. Those fuckers always float. And then he says after the joke, he says, the buoyancy of citrus.
These two old cowboys are riding out in the desert, and this one says to the other, I gotta take a shit, man. He says, okay, we'll just go behind that bush. He goes, yeah, but I don't have anything to like wipe myself with. And his friend says, just use $1. He goes, okay. So he goes behind the bush. He comes back out with this really funny look on his face. And his friend says, what's the matter? And he goes, have you ever tried wiping your ass with 3/4, 2 dimes, and a nickel?
No.
Is that why they call it the coin slot?
My bird wants to laugh with you guys.
The bird is crazy work.
What is a Taylor's favorite vegetable?
What?
A string bean.
Wait, who has the bird?
I do.
Gracie.
Can I pay you to get them to say, Oslo, the curious red monster? And I would pay money for a video of that to use in my videos.
That would be pretty dope.
Yeah.
Or maybe go on Git. Let's get some catchphrases on this bird.
Go on, Git.
Go on Git.
Go on, Git.
I can't hear you guys.
It's because we're not speaking in bird.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna go heat up some food, y'all.
Sorry.
I'll be right
Oslo,
back.
I lost my. Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost my my device went over to my headphones, so I didn't hear a word you said. It stopped it. Could I get your bird to say something?
Oh, my song. Oslo, the curious red monster.
Oh. Well, it would take a while. It would take her a while to teach her that.
All right. I'll just keep it in my mind. It's very fun in my head.
She loves to laugh, though.
What's the difference
Do you
between
have
a
your own
clown?
screen?
What's the difference between a clown on a unicycle and a businessman on a bicycle?
I
Attire.
don't know what. Damn it.
I know a lot of jokes about unemployed people, but none of them work.
Oh, jeez.
I thought I'd tell you a hilarious time travel joke, but you didn't like it. Dad jokes are the best.
They really are.
But they're supposed to be told by dads.
Yeah, well, we're going to start a support group called Dads Without Kids.
Oh, cool, Oslo. Let's do it.
We'll just all get together in our sweater vests and grill things on the grill, smoke different meats, and we'll tell dad jokes.
Oh, yeah. And then we got to have the poker table.
Yep.
Love the poke table.
We'll have to have very intense screenings.
Yep.
Security, background checks.
We'll leave that to you, Oslo.
Okay.
Definitely.
You're more of the rule and regulations kind of guy. You should do some more Trump, Oslo. You're good at it.
Do some more Trump.
Yes, you're very good at it.
What do you mean? I've never done Trump.
Yes, when you interpret Trump.
Like what he means? What he's saying?
Yeah, what he's saying.
I don't know if anyone can interpret that monster.
Well,
I
figured a
speak
mon-
monster, and
figured
even
a
I don't know
monster
what
would
he's saying
understand
half the
another
time.
monster. I figure from one monster to another.
Right, right. Well, people are saying that I should run for president, but I'm sorry to say, but only Republicans vote for puppets.
Yep.
Yeah, well, you know. You know what's even funnier? I bet you Pickle's refrigerator's still on the spoof.
I thought you were going to
What?
say JD Vance.
Yeah, I
No.
was thinking the same thing.
He's even funnier.
He's funny looking.
I couldn't hear anything that you said, Kenna.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
No, you're
Probably
good.
because
No,
I'm
you're
talking
good.
to
I'm
myself.
partially deaf anyway, so I'm just like, I can't hear shit half the time.
Hey, Oslo.
Yeah.
What do you get when you cross a dyslexic, an insomniac, and an agnostic?
I don't know. What?
Someone who lays awake at night wondering if there is a dog.
Pickles, you get that refrigerator fixed yet?
Yeah, kind of. They need to it's working, but they need to put it on a level. It's like my the foundation in the basement, it's really fucked. So the refrigerator sits at a tilt. I got a feeling that's
Well, at
what
least
makes it
your
go in and
refrigerator.
out.
Well, at least your refrigerator is running, right? You better go
Yes.
catch it.
Oslo, you took my line, Oslo.
Oh, sorry. You want to say it again?
Sure. You only do it better than me, though. Catch your refrigerator, Pickles.
So I learned this on today. I was watching. Is it called Last Week with John Oliver or This Week with John Oliver? John Oliver.
Last week tonight.
Oh, tonight with John Oliver.
Last week tonight.
Last week tonight. Okay. So I'm not sure how old this was. So I don't know if you guys know that Pence wrote a book, and I didn't know that. We're talking about Mike Pence, that he they owned a rabbit, and the name of the rabbit was Marlon Bundo.
Oh, okay.
It's a really pretty rabbit. And anyway, but it's all about anti-gay, trans, that kind of stuff, right? So this bunny tells the story of like bad things. So the writers from the show actually wrote a book called Marlon Bundo, and it's about these two male bunny rabbits that fall in love and get married. And it came out, and they published it, and it came out the day before Pence's book came out. So they're both children's books.
Love it. Love it. That's the kind of energy I love.
Yep.
I see Megan's breaking down.
And all the
Christy
proceeds,
Nolan left to the hospital.
all the proceeds of the book go to the Trevor Project.
Sweet.
Wait, Christy Noam going to the hospital, you said?
Christy Noam's going to the hospital, rushed to the hospital.
Well, I guess she'll have no more press conferences for a while.
Yeah, I guess.
Damn it.
See what
She
you
had
did there.
allergic reaction to something.
It probably all the silicone in her face.
The truth.
Yeah, that very well could be.
Yep.
Well, I'm just popping around saying hi to people. I'm trying to get to 10,000 before 4 weeks. That's tomorrow, and I'm only like 1,000 something away. But I love you all.
Y'all better be following
you,
Oslo
Oslo.
right now, chat.
You got
I
this,
followed
Oslo.
you, Oslo. Follow me back.
Alrighty. Bye, everyone. I'm gonna just hop off and eat some of that food. That looks good.
Catch you later, Oz.
Bye.
Bye.
Get on, get.
Go on, get.
Oh,
Can I get my T-shirt?
Yeah, pickles makes food look good.
I make
Okay,
everything look good.
I got one more, and then I got to get myself. What do you call a million rabbits walking backwards? A receding hairline.
Nice.
Night, guys. Thanks, Pickles. Love you.
Love you too. Good night.
Bye.
I'm
What are
playing
you
God of
eating,
War right
Pickles?
now.
I'm eating. It's a curry meal. This is just cauliflower and jasmine rice and curry.
Weren't you not feeling good because you ate curry too much the other day?
Oh, I ate it too fast. I eat curry almost every day now.
When you made coffee today, did you make the new Canadian coffee?
No, I haven't opened it yet.
Yeah.
I need to.
So,
I need to. I
yeah,
need to get a separate jar.
I was warning you about that because I too like really strong coffee, but I made coffee called Death Wish. They sell it in
I
the
love Death Wish coffee.
That's what I have.
Yeah. Yeah, it really made my blood pressure go up. It kind of fried me.
It's what I drink every day.
Yes. Yes.
It's what I drink every day.
I bet you I
I
could
just
get you hooked on a different coffee.
I drank a little too much.
Is it cat poop coffee?
No, it's New Mexican coffee.
I'm down. If you guys want to send me some coffee, I will try the shit out of it.
Give me where I can send it to on Discord.
Okay.
Or text, either way, whatever.
Okay.
You like dark roast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'll get you some sent out. Did you have a chance to look at any of my videos?
I haven't. I'm so bad. There's a million things I haven't done that I need to freaking do. Lizzie, thank you so much for the sub. Send me a few, and I'll check them out so that it's in my inbox and I don't forget.
Well, I don't want. What do you mean? You want me to send them to you?
Sure. Yeah, on my
Okay.
TikTok.
Okay, on your TikTok, I'll just send them to you.
Yeah, that way it's in my inbox and I'll flip through it and I won't forget.
I figured out how to do the hashtags and location.
Adriana, what are you playing?
Sorry, I'm playing God of War. I thought I muted myself. Sorry.
You're good.
Pickles, last night I did not know that you were going to come back live after you gamed.
Mm-hmm.
But I did catch part of it. But earlier today, you were talking about a father and son debate you had. Is that taped?
I really hope it is. Let me check.
Do you grind your own roast pickles, or do you prefer it ground? Coffee.
Shit, I did not stream it on YouTube. Damn. Ugh. I don't grind it. No, I get it pre-grinded. The Dudleys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Damn. I might be able to download it from my TikTok studio.
That'll be your next thing, is grinding the coffee beans. You will taste the difference.
Yeah, it's a lot fresher from what I heard. It's grinding your own. I'm replaying God of War Ragnarok for like the 8th time.
I think I played through that one. Really good. One with the sun in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so good.
I have all the God of War games. I can't wait for the next one. What? What is this?
TikTok.
Oh, I know what that is, but I don't know if I can get to it right now. Frick. I know. I think I can. The little toaster look good. Sorry, I'm really weird when I'm talking to myself when we play video games. Whee!
Just saying, we kind of need that new Doom basic getting up and built.
Doom base.
It's true. I wish I had friends on my fucking server. I go to bed when I was here. Yeah, I can drink. I can drink coffee and immediately go to bed because I have extreme ADHD and that's superpower.
Yes, that's one of the great superpowers.
Or you can be like me last night and chug a Dr. Pepper and then go to sleep with chest pain.
Mm-hmm.
How far did you make it on Dune last night?
I don't think I didn't do anything last night on Dune actually. I couldn't log in, servers were down, and then I cracked it open during bedtime and still I don't know, I forgot. I think I just watched we watched V for Vendetta instead.
Oh, okay.
Is that movie any good?
Yeah. What?
I've never like I said last night, I've never watched it, so I don't know.
So good. Very relevant right now.
Very much so, from what I've heard.
How's the puppers? She's good. I probably need to take her out. She's so, I swear to God, she's part human. Every time she goes underneath the covers and has only her head stick out like a person.
Yeah, my dog does that too. It's so cute.
Mine does it sometimes.
Mine's way too big to do.
What kind of breed is Pickles?
She's a miniature Schnauzer Yorkie mix, I think.
I can definitely tell the Yorkie.
She was doing it earlier, but right now she's just barely outside the covers right here. Yeah.
Are they called a Snorky, or is that what they call that?
I think so. Yeah, Schnorky.
Snorkel.
Well, I think we might restart and get some more debates going. Maybe I use the restroom, walk my dog real quick, and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm gonna do, y'all. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm gonna let Pickles go potties, and then we will be back. Chat, I love yous. I will see y'all soon. Thank you guys so much for all the support today already.
Yeah, and the glasses look great with the green hat.
Yeah. It's like the perfect shape.
What hat is that, Pickles?
What?
What hat is that?
This is one sent. I just opened this in a care package from one of my supporters today.
It's like an ocean wave on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little wave. I think it's a custom hat.
It's beautiful.
Oh,
thank you.
Corduroy.
All right.
All right. We'll check you out.
All right. Good luck with
See
all.
you, Pickles.
All right. Bye, chat. Much love.